Well, hey, I'm Patrick Marlett, and welcome to the show before the show, where I check to make sure everything is working. Today, if you haven't heard, I'm joined not only by Will, but Ernesto. Hi, Ernesto.
Hey guys, it's been a while.
So, it has been a minute. I'm excited to. So, if you guys haven't been following all the spoilers, and there have been a ton, March of the Machine, the Aftermath was sort of the tack on set to Mom, and it has been a little over a week at this point since the set has been out, and the both of them in total have been out for a good while now, so the dust is settled. We've seen what there is to see, and I figured now is a good time to go ahead and rank our legendaries from the set. So if you're following along, I believe there's 51 legendary creatures that can be your commander from the set, and we're going to look at it through those optics. But we do want to give a nod to cards that have benefit in the 99 as well, so that will be, or rather play a part in our assessment. And Will, if you have the text up, do you want to just go over quickly the ranking criteria as so far as our tiers are concerned? There's only 4.
Yep. So we said S would be cEDH, the things that are super competitive, super viable, just really good cards. A is competitively viable, which is cards that could probably see cEDH play occasionally, not everywhere, but could see some kind of cEDH play or play in a lot of different decks. B is situationally viable, those weird tech cards that people would like to play. And C is casual, which is you'd probably only see it in casual. And we might do D, but that's for things that we don't think are going to see any play.
Right, and that'll just be us not placing it on the
Yeah.
tier system. So if we don't
Yeah.
put it on the tier system, then you can just avoid it, practically speaking. But I would say that anything is playable, and that's why we put it in the C tier, the casual tier. But I'm not going to say that you want to play it. We'll put a very strong emphasis on do avoid. But so you guys can see it, I'm over on Kapwing for all of this. We're going to be obviously editing all of this live. It's just an editor, and I believe it also works for video and sound, but we're just using this for images. We're going to be off to the right side. Let's just make sure that we all sound good. I can hear Will. Will, can I hear you?
Yep. Hello.
Ernesto, can I hear you?
Testing. Yes, 1, 2, 3.
All right, and do we have any sound effects that we can run for them just to make sure?
There we go.
Cool.
Excellent.
And everything's happening on Discord. So if you've ever wanted to dabble with, I guess, a soundboard that's just built into a voice chat, well, there you go. Try Discord.
Ernesto showed me the joys of the soundboard on Discord. I love it.
I mean, I had no idea up until you started quacking at me. Reckless Handling is a great card, and I think you can see cEDH play. It's definitely going in some of my casual lists that run red, especially those that care about graveyards, says Volodymyr. And I'll be following along in chat. I have a Q&A up for you guys. Ask me anything for Will, Ernesto, and myself. You can click on that and pose a question. It should highlight it. I'd love to see how that function works. I've never seen it before. There's also a poll, because I'd love to see if you guys enjoy tier list. We can do more of these in the future. Live, pre-recorded, probably live because it's more fun. But that's sort of the joy of the Untapped podcast. If you've never joined one of these before, it's all about the conversation. So feel free to obviously engage with us in the comments section and lend your voices to the conversation, particularly today, because this should serve as a guide for people getting into the game or trying to pick up one of these legendaries to make their next commander. Hopefully we can all toss our ideas in the hat here and help folks figure out whether these legendaries are the right ones for them. But without further ado, I guess I can officially start this. I mean, it's already noon. Hi, I'm Patrick Marlett, your local game guy. And today we're going to be tiering up March of the Machine and the Aftermath. That's right. So that should be 51 Legends. Today I'm joined by Will. Hey, Will.
Hello.
And Ernesto.
Hello.
Hi guys, so I'm going to be over on Scryfall. You can join us. All I did was a quick search for legendary creature, and we're just going to go down the line here. It should be alphabetized for us. So Arnie Metalbrow will be our first legendary on the chopping block. And maybe we can take turns going through these. Ernesto, do you want to take the honors? You enjoy red.
Sure. So you're just putting me just right into the spotlight, I guess. So Arnie Metalbrow, as we know, is a Tuna Red 3/3 a human berserker that reads whatever creature control attacks for a creature into this battlefield under your control attacking. You may pay 1 red. If you do, you may put a creature card at mana value less than that creature's mana value from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. So if it said less, equal or less, this card will be much better. But since you already have to sink mana into this to make it actually do something, and also it's only red, I don't think it's very good, personally. I would rate it into a C, borderline, maybe into dabbling on a B, I would say, but firmly on a C.
I kind of agree with that, because it's really cool that the creature that you put in tapped and attacking will also trigger Arnie, so that you can put another creature in tapped and attacking and another and another and another until you hit too low. But yeah, it's not going to do anything crazy. All your cool red effects that you want to do to combo off are like 5 CMC, so nah. About B or C.
B or
Also,
C.
I'm sure that Patrick knows the struggle of rebuilding your hand in mono red.
Yeah. Oh, it's rough. So
exactly.
I mean, for me, Arnie Metalbrow, it's a 3/3 for 3. That's fine. It's a build around commander as well, right? So you obviously want creatures that enter tapped and attacking. So that's whether you do like a through the breach or sneak attack, or you're gonna have a sub strategy that lets you cheat in creatures and have them attack, right? And you want to do that for lesser value. You don't want to drop the 7 cost and actually have paid that, because then where are the rest of your resources for Arnie's ability, right? So it's a definite build around C casual, in my opinion. It could be very fun. I don't think it's like, we talked about it as almost like a budget sneak attack, I think, in some of our videos, but it's not even that good. I don't think it's good in the 99. As a creature, you can tutor it, so maybe green might want this to help cheat out big things, but it's not like, I can't think of many, because the other workaround here is cards with dash, right? So you pay the dash cost, and maybe its dash cost is less than its actual cost, and then you can sort of cheat in things that way. But I don't think there are that many for us to actually go over to where this is viable in that sense. And I can't think of any other keywords that just allow you to do that, unless you guys can think of them. But by itself in red, no, there's not much. So yeah, I would say it's between B and C, and I'd probably give it a C. Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
C, yeah.
And there is a mystery D as well. The mystery D is we just don't play it. Again,
We don't talk about it. We don't talk about Bruno.
But I would say that Arnie is fair enough to play casually in like a very much build around situation. And because there are so many, we're going to probably be stacking these one over top of another. So I'm going to do these very small. Feel free to ask us if you can't make it out. I'll help you out with that, but I guess before then we'll just do that. All right, moving along. Will, you want to give us a Yara, Widow of the Realm? Rakdos,
Yep,
we're graduating here.
Yeah, Ayara, Widow of the Realm, also known as Ayara, Furnace Queen. So Ayara, Queen of the Realm, is 1 black for an Elf Noble 3/3 that has tap, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Ayara deals X damage to target opponent or battle, and you gain X life, where X is the sacrifice permanent's mana value. You can pay 5 and a Phyrexian red to transform Ayara at sorcery speed. And the flip side is just going to basically be a reanimate for your it's an unearth effect for your artifacts or your creatures. So at the beginning of combat, return an artifact or creature into play, give it haste, exile at the end of the turn.
Hey, some tech for your Arnie Metalbrow.
Yeah, I actually do like this card a little bit, but not enough, because it flips into something that's just a really good reanimate, and it's a commander that you can get out a little bit early and flip later. If you're trying to do fast things, you can entomb a Razaketh or Bolus' Citadel, reanimate it, and then combo off. So I think there's some potential as an okay card, but I don't think it's high up there. I'd say it's possibly a B.
Right.
It's like dipping into the C territory, but like it has some potential, so I do like it a bit.
As you stated, like it is kind of important to note that it hits artifacts as well. So, and it's at the beginning of combat, so you can main phase 1 this sorcery only transformation. Obviously, you're very much broadcasting what's happening here. Like if you've held any mana open, people are gonna target her if they feel something is coming, right? So, and you know, you obviously would need to entomb or unmarked grave or We were speaking about gamble before the video. You can, or not gamble, but reckless handling. Maybe you reckless handling that perfect artifact drop into the grave, and this pops off. I would say this is definitely better than Arnie Metalbrow. So potentially B territory, like it's a very situational setup again. But I would say that this is easier to accommodate for than Arnie in these colors. And I say these colors, I mean black specifically, just gives you tutors, like the best generically good tutors. So
I do want to add, because
you could get there, and you have the rituals.
sorry, you made me think of this because I didn't actually pay attention too much and wasn't thinking about combats, but you can totally Buried Alive a Combat Celebrant and Kiki Jiki,
Yeah.
get back Combat Celebrant, swing, get back Kiki Jiki, go infinite.
That's
So
true.
that's
So
Oh,
you
yeah,
have a
true.
Buried Alive pile that. Okay, well, so this is the beauty of doing this live. Yeah, that's very factually accurate. So you're okay. Let's just be real though. You're gonna spend realistically 5 generic for this, and then 2 life. You flip her, and Buried Alive is 3 mana. So you've spent 8 mana. You're 8 mana in, but you win on the spot. That's not bad. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there's a third creature that can go into this equation that would help for redundancy. Like if this happens to fail. I don't want to think that hard, but yeah, it works. Nesto, what do you think about a Yara?
I'm thinking that you guys are forgetting that the transform is also a sorcery. It's only a sorcery, and that's rough.
But
I know
but
it's
you can
very
main phase
rough,
one it. You
but-
can main phase one it. Well, here's the thing: when you Buried
I mean, you
Alive,
had to main phase one.
Buried
That's
Alive
the thing.
first. Buried Alive
Yeah.
first. That's
Yeah.
3 up on your Cabal ritual. You've already
Uh-huh.
fetched land. You've already cast some spells, right? Who know? You're gonna get the Cabal ritual for 5. So Buried Alive, do the 5. You're kind of getting there. You're kind of getting there. I would put this in like workable B territory. Like it's not going to be competitively viable. I would say that S and A are things you could take to a proper tournament and play and potentially pilot to a win. I would say that this is a build around B. It may be only for your local tables and would perform well, right?
I would say that if you take a Yara into cEDH, you're gonna get smashed. That's without question. However, if you want to do it like on a high power table or just for funsies, I think she's gonna smash face because you can do broken stuff like play Wurmcoil Engine, play a Wurmcoil, sack the Wurmcoil, flip a Yara, get it back, and get like 4 tokens, 2 Death Touch, 2 Lifelink, which is very strong, I would say, into basically anything. They try to attack you, just you have Death Touch. What are they going to do to you? Stuff like that, I will say, is very strong in a Yara for high power because you can play Wurmcoil Engine. If you play Wurmcoil Engine in cEDH, I don't like your odds, my friend. That's the only thing I'm going to say. But I agree with the saying, oh yeah, this is a B for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Are we all on board with that?
yeah, B
Cool.
for build round.
Cool. I should probably just start doing that. Build around B. And to answer your question, vegan economist, yes. So we are looking at all of the legendary creatures that are playable in the command zone from Mom and the Aftermath. All right, I'm happy with that. We can move on. I'll take this one. Peral and Karizev are a first strike menace. I see that short every time I go into TikTok when I'm uploading for some reason. It always pops up. Generic and Izzet, 2/4 body, legendary creature, human strike, as I stated, first strike menace. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, you may cast a spell with lesser mana value that shares a card type with it from your hand without paying its cost. Cool. So it has to be an instant or sorcery. If you don't, create First Mate Ragavan, a legendary 2/1 red monkey pirate creature token. It gains haste until end of turn. Important to note, potentially, Ragavan sticks. It doesn't go away at end of turn. The haste will go away at end of turn, but I think at that point you're going to be okay. Not Arnie Metalbrow tech, because you will not be able to cheat in anything unless it's -1. So Brawl and Karizev, I think, are interesting in Izzet. I don't find them any better than any other Izzet Storm lists that exist. Right, and there's a lot of, what's tough about some of these monocolored pairings is there's a lot that exist in that space. Like when we were looking at a Yara earlier, what you have Anya, you have Prosper, you have now Op Nixilis. There's not, and then obviously partner pairings like Ragavan and not Ragavan, Rograk and oh my god, why am I forgetting his name? Tevesh. It's one of my favorite pairings. Thank you, Rograk and Tevesh. That's a good pairing. Kari Zev and Brawl have a lot to contend with in Izzet. I would say that cheating out spells is probably more meaningful than getting a 2/1 monkey, but the 2/1 monkey could be helpful in some situations if you just needed a body to sacrifice. I don't think that this list is on many spells that say as additional cost sacrifice a thing. Like, I guess, what's it, Plunge into the Abyss, or what's the red ritual where you sacrifice a creature? It's not that. I can't even think of it. There aren't that many. So like the body itself is not...
The one red that has triple red.
You're right.
I think.
Right,
Yeah,
it's like a
plunge into something. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that could be useful if you're trying to storm, like getting the body, even if you miss the thing. And that's the thing though. So you may cast it, and if you don't, you can elect to make the monkey. So there's some choice there. I think that this is probably, and is it strong? But it's, I don't know. This doesn't lend itself to a combo that I'm immediately seeing. Obviously, if you cast a high cost spell, you can cheat it into another spell and potentially have a play line there. Will, you might have a mind to this more than I do for these colors, but I don't really see this going beyond B at best. Like, it's still good value, and it's really low to the ground, and it's a 4 body, right? So it's going to stick. I think also in the body of the 99, this could be of benefit, but at 3, it's like a very high setup cost for something that's cheating out spells or making you monkeys.
Yeah, it's about a B. The craziest things that you can do with it is in cEDH, cast your Force of Will, then cast like another 5 cost or less instant for free.
Mm-hmm.
You can build around it a little bit, and then
be less. It would have to be 4,
less.
but yeah.
Oh, it has to be specifically less.
It's D. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
So here's the deal. Here's a spicy line for you guys.
Okay.
You can, as Will says, do Force of Will, and then cast Paradoxical Outcome.
Wait here.
It's Paradoxical Outcome. I'm blanking.
It's the one that blinks onto your hand and you draw cards.
Thing. Yeah,
that's spicy.
You can
That's a
protect
spicy
yourself
one.
and draw some cards.
It's the only thing I can think that it is really broken, aside from playing just some delve card that allows you to cheat something else. Because obviously, if you want to do like big spells, you can do Treasure Cruise, you can do Dig Through Time, you can do, I don't know, the big delve spells, even the Temporal Trespass, the extra turn, which is, I think it's 11 mana. So you can cheat basically anything with that. I still don't think it's good enough, which makes sense in this kind of style of decks that you want to double cast the second spell for free. So you'll be like, I don't know, delving, milling yourself a lot, and then casting delve spells. I don't think this is good enough. Sure, you can get a monkey token every turn, so it's basically a blocker every single turn, because it says each turn. And maybe double cast if you're doing something like that. Like, I don't know, like a bounce into a cantrip, and the cantrip bounce you another spell, so you can keep chaining all those things. Or maybe using like a spell slinger discount effects, like I don't know, Helm of Awakening or something like that. I don't think it's good enough. I think it's B. I would probably say C, because, well, maybe it's a bit too strong for C, because cheating spells in casual sometimes a bit too much. So it can get out of hand really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, for example, you resolve a Mind Dilation, you know, the enchantment. At the beginning of each other's upkeep, you flip the top of each other opponent, and you can cast it for free. That thing, unchecked, just wins games.
That would be kind of dope, actually.
Yeah, it's not for this deck. Maybe for this deck though.
Yeah.
If someone makes a list with this and this enchantment, it's a blue enchantment, so they can do it.
I mean, I'll put it in B. I think I'm with you on B then. Like, I think that it makes sense. Like, it's potent enough to... I think it's potent enough to be playable. I wouldn't say it's going to compete highly at a competitive table, but I think it's certainly more playable than just being, sort of like another casual legendary.
That's true. The best use for this in cEDH is probably some kind of extra turns commander, because you can play your 5 cost thing, then play some other sorcery and actually get value out of your turn. But even then, you need to hit draw. You need to hit draw to keep going. That's not always the easiest, and is it? So.
Yeah. And for extra turns, you have 2 established commanders already, Edric and Paco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I agree with that. We're gonna hit another extra turns legendary in this very tier list, but we've got Borgimus and Fibblethip. Ernesto, I think this is you.
Oh snap! Yes, I love this card. It's so memey. I love it. Borborygmus and it's Chew and Timur. Cycled Homunculus, a 6/5, and it reads when Borborygmus and I love saying that enters the battle for attacks, you draw a card, then you discard any number of land cards. When you discard one or more cards this way, Borborygmus deals twice that much damage to target creature. And then for 1 and a blue, put Borborygmus into its owner's library, third from the top. So, the only reason why this card, I will say, saves itself, it's that ETB draws a card.
Yep.
That's the main line that makes the card at least playable, in my opinion.
Right.
Because if it was the other Borborygmus that you can just bolt by discarding a land to anything, this card would be so much better. If it didn't set to target creature, if it set to any target, this card will be so much better.
Yeah,
fill your hand with lands and slash.
It really stabs itself in the foot with that. Yeah, just the fact that they can only kill creatures kind of hurts this one. I like that it has protection, right? Putting it third from the top. I wouldn't say that that's a fantastic effect though. Like you don't want to. I would rather flicker this and then get the benefit of doing the ETB and then having it stick to make attacks. Like there's something to be said about being able to remove threats on the board, and you don't have to get rid of that many lands to do so, right? And you're getting a draw every time you flicker it, but I feel like you're going to run out of hand very quickly, and you're going to have to, I feel like the pain points are going to be, do I remove this threat and miss my land drop, or do I play greedily and keep this land in hand? I think that, and it's like I don't know, what is it? It's like a problem looking for a solution. I don't know. It's not really solving any issues inherently being the legend in your command zone. And I can't say that at 5 CMC, a 6/5 body with this effect is really worth it. I think it's just a little too narrow. I would say this maybe, obviously by virtue of the fact it's in 3 colors, there's a lot you can do with it, but I would say this honestly fits into D or C territory. This is like very casual.
I'm going to call this a B because it's 5 mana is really steep. You don't really care about the stats too much. But it entering and drawing you a card is just nice value, and attacking and drawing you a card means that you're going to get 1 card each turn if you do keep it out. And if you get Food Chain and something like Squee or the Eldrazi or the Griffin, I don't remember those two, you draw your entire deck in 1 turn and make infinite mana for creatures, and you can find a win out of that. And the main thing that stops you is like rule of law effects, which Borborygmos and Flip, they let you just discard 2 lands and kill those guys. So it removes the one piece of stacks that does really stop you. So I actually do like it. I don't like it enough to give it like an S, but I like it enough to give it an A.
An A? You're saying you're between a A and a B, it sounded.
Yeah, I might have said B at the start. I like it as like enough of an A. I think might see like some jank play in the tournament here or there. It's not going to be meta, but it's good enough.
So
like you can ramp into that by like turn 3, turn 2, and start drawing value and controlling.
Okay, let me look at this realistically.
If you're doing food chain, you're not going to be ramping into him. You're going to do food chain things.
Right.
So you don't care about if he's 5 or 25 mana. It's the same thing.
Right. Yeah. So let's be realistic though. Like if we're going to make this a food chain deck, and blue gives you access to the Mist Hollow Griffin or whatever, and red obviously has the better target, which is Squee. You're going to run both, and potentially the Eternal Scourge, right? So you've got consistency there. You have the creature tutors for it. You don't really have any tutors for the enchantment outside of Gamble, right? And then I guess you could
long-term plans too, maybe, but yeah, mainly just Gamble.
Right. So it's not a good food chain commander. So let's just be frank. It's never going to be the best food chain commander, but once you do have infinite mana to cast creature spells, you could draw your deck.
Yeah.
And then have the solution. It is draw in the command zone. You don't have to discard a card. So you could technically draw your deck with this and then just find a solution, at which point could literally be anything. I guess you could say Walking Ballista, right? You could food chain mana to Walking Ballista. Yeah. I think yeah, I don't know. I mean, like that alone, like I guess you could say because it plays well with competitive strategies with food chain, you could say this is like a build around B. I don't know if I want to give it A. I could say it's B though. That's fine. I don't want to give it A. I feel like there are better things to put into A.
I'd say A or B. I'll let Ernesto be the tiebreaker on that one.
Yeah, it's yep.
I think Will talked me into the A.
Really?
Will talked me into it because also the combination of Timur of Rog, you have the broken stuff. You have wheels. You have Dockside, which Dockside is Dockside. You have breach
we didn't
lines.
even talk about that because like you could literally Dockside Samir Sabertooth, and that's a 2-card creature. You'd have infinite mana. You can start bouncing Borjamos, playing Borjamos just off treasures. Like Food Chain might not even be the better of the 2 options for infinite mana. No, I'm sorry to cut you off, but that's true. That's
you have Intuition.
Yeah,
Intuition
also,
breach. That's it. What else do you need?
it's just a straight up infinite mana combo. Like if you do Icecrown Scepter Dramatic Reversal, you can the second effect and put it into the command zone instead. So honestly, yeah, I am hard A now.
Are we on S?
No. This is not S. This is not even close.
This is not S. This is not S. This is a hard A. I like it as an A.
Yeah.
I like how we started like, oh, this is a B, but then we start talking, kept talking and talking and talking. Like, oh wait, but this is better. Oh, this is better. This is better.
We're not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna. Okay, so A means that I could see this at a competitive tournament, and I am playing a tournament on the 18th of June, and I don't think I'm gonna see Borjamos and Fibblethip. But if I do and I lose, then we'll have to revisit this tier list. But at any rate, I think it's on. Who read the last one? It's Will. It's you, Calix.
Okay, and that's interesting because I was the one who's been discussing Calix a lot on the server. So Calix, Guided by Fate, is 1, a green and a white for a legendary enchantment creature human druid with 2 power and 2 toughness. Calix has Constellation. Whenever Calix or another enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever Calix or an enchanted creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may create a token that's a copy of a non-legendary enchantment you control. Do this only once each turn. I hate that last little sentence so much.
It would be grossly effective.
You would be so broken.
I know. I want it to be broken though.
Ephemerate. I mean, you can do it again afterwards. Make a new Calix.
Yeah, Calix is interesting just because you can easily kind of stacks out the game by making a couple stacks effects stack up on each other, just random tax effects and things, and inevitably just make Calix massive with the Constellation effect. I don't think that's fantastic, but I think that's a thing you can do. I'd say in my eyes he's like probably closer to a C, but I could probably be talked into a B, but I'd say probably a C.
So Calix is like a virtual 3/3 on entry. And let's just say like when Calix or another enchant creature deals combat damage. So what's the setup here? I'm looking at like Yasharn, or I'm looking at our other popular stacks commanders, because what's the dream, right? You've played out your, I don't know, your Spirit of the Labyrinth or your Eidolon of Rhetoric. And Eidolon of Rhetoric attacks, and then it makes a copy of Eidolon of Rhetoric. Right? You can sort of just double down on all these grossly effective. You're definitely. It doesn't even have to be Eidolon of Rhetoric, right? It needs to be an enchanted creature or Calix. So not even. Oh, it's not even an enchantment creature. It needs to be an enchanted creature. So I'm sorry. I guess you need to. So that actually makes this a little bit more playable in my opinion. So if I play Drannith Magistrate and then I put Flickering Ward on Drannith Magistrate. Right. Not only am I buffing Drannith Magistrate in this sequence of events, like I put a +1/+1 counter on him. When he attacks, he can double down on my Deafening Silence. Right. So there is some playability here, and it's really low to the ground too. Like getting 2 Calix is not difficult. Right. He's 3 mana total. I think that in tandem with the Enchantress effects out there, then this is very much an Enchantress list. You should be seeing draw. You should be netting draw. You should be netting decent amount of mana from the cards that care about relevant enchantments. And you have the stacks pieces of white coupled with the tutors from green. So I think your board state pending the game, and you have the best creature tutors, right? Like you have all the way up to Eladamri's Call. And I guess Survival of the Fittest and shit. Like there's a lot you can do in these colors. I would maybe look into lines of play that involve a Birthing Pod or Pyre of Heroes, right? And like just turning your stacks pieces to even better stacks pieces. And then if you've copied them from, the turn before, you're not really losing value, right? I think it's good. I think it could be a build around B. I think it's a B, and maybe not close enough to be an A, because Selesnya is not that great. Like, the finishers in Selesnya are not great, but the one thing you can do for this deck infinitely is put +1/+1 counters on things. So if you have any infinite mana lines and anything that says you can return this back to your hand, like a Flickering Ward or the Whip in green, you can make an army of infinitely powerful creatures and swing. And you're doubling down on your army every single turn when you attack with previously casted creatures. So there is something here. I would even put in the effects that let you draw when you do damage to people, like the Keen Sense and stuff.
Village Bellringer with Temur Sabertooth or Emil the Blessed is a way to do infinite mana and infinite flickers, so that could potentially be it. So I didn't really think of using Calyx as just ETB gives something a counter. That is nice. I still think that he's like a C to me, but
yeah, even Generous Patron, like I can cast Calyx. I can have Generous Patron down and then cast Calyx and then give one of my opposing creatures a +1/+1 counter just to get a draw. Like there are a lot of things that just work in tandem with counter manipulation that we haven't even touched on, and he just does that. So it's good. I think some of the finishers here, the obvious finisher is going to be Walking Ballista and Heliod. Anyway, I talk too much. Ernesto, thoughts?
One simple question. Sell me on this card over Sithis.
I could see this in Sithis.
Yeah,
I could see this. I could see this playing extremely well in Sithis.
That's my argument.
Yeah, agreed.
If the card belongs in 99, I'm sorry, it's not even on the. It cannot reach A.
The only thing that I can say that this has over Sithis, if you have something like either Spectre Ward or Pentarch Ward, which are just the protection from colors in some way, you can keep printing it on all of your stacks pieces and give your stacks pieces protection from everything. And you can basically hard lock people out of the game with Calyx in a way that you can't really with Sithis. But even then, I'm like, eh. So even in my best defense of Calyx, I'm like,
the best thing I could say copying from this is Carpet of Flowers.
Oh my god, yeah. No.
That's the easiest thing I could say. This is the most abusable thing, Carpet of Flowers.
Well, that's like another way, and I wasn't even thinking of that. I was just thinking of like that more recent card that taps add 1 mana of any color based on the amount of enchantments you control, and like it's grossly effective. Like she's good, but even if you just did that and copied I don't know, like you obviously Carpet of Flowers, big scheme, but you can copy your Utopia Sprawl. You can copy, like, you just have so much ramp effectively by way of enchantments. Carpet of Flowers is the best, but you can get the ball rolling on bigger plans that way. And even if you do the one that was kind of like quality removal, the enchantment that turns them into a deer and the draws, you could just
Kenrith's
Transformation. You just copy your Kenrith's make everything a deer. Make everything a deer. And
make it on Oko.
Right, but like you eliminate threats, you're drawing cards, and you're drawing cards just for attacking. I don't know, like that.
I mean, you have better cards than just Kenrith Transformation. You have the one that makes them 0/1 destructibles, the one that makes it into a vehicle.
Right, Darksteel Mutation.
You have like the one that makes it a vehicle. You have even freaking, I don't know, Oblivion Ring if you want to go old school.
Right.
Yeah,
You have much better removal. Sure,
Yeah,
you can do that. The problem is, as always, they answer you and you're dead on board because you have no way to rebuild. Unless you start copying, I don't know, Blossoms to get your own
you
effect.
you copy your Sylvan Library, sir.
How many cards? You're gonna take 16 per turn?
Well, that's the thing though. Imagine you have copies of Sylvan Library in a scroll rack, right? Or like you're digging and then you're like, okay, well, you know what? Like you're just shifting what's on top, or that you fetch. And you're like, well, I've gone 6. There's a way you can manipulate multiple. I've never thought about having multiple Sylvan Libraries.
Why would you do this over having like
Library?
Yeah, sorry, go going.
I'd be more tempted with Compost than Sylvan Library. Whenever a black card is in an opponent's graveyard, draw a card. You just draw like 7 when someone like casts their Vampiric Tutor.
I'm gonna say it's still a B because I think Sithis just having draw is better. But I do like Calyx as a leader, like as your commander. I don't hate it. Like the more we talk about it, I'm like, how many things am I consistently putting down or I'm aiming to put down early game? Like you're gonna mull till you see like the decent ramp, you're gonna mull till you see potentially the Sylvan Library, and those are really good starts. And then like, oh, those starts get even better because I'm playing Calyx, I'm attacking with Calyx, I'm doubling down on those things. It feels
Also,
feels good.
you guys are forgetting that you need to hit a person.
Oh yeah. Let's get
It's
that
not
straight.
just swing; has to hit someone.
Right. So you want to play your protection auras, like, or you want to play the auras that give you trample, or you want to play the auras
or the one that give you flying. Any evasion.
Right.
You want evasion. It's like a Griff's Bone that is one white, and you just give it flying.
Right. So your Drannith Magistrate's a flying pain in the ass, and it's also duplicating. And then that piece of evasion, if you need it, can be copied and placed on another thing. Am I mistaken? Right. So like it's helping. Man, it's pretty cool. I don't know if it's great. So we have.
I don't think it's good, man.
I just read what Calyx does. My Ural is going to be even bigger. Your Ural list. Add Calyx in the 99 with a Tron deck like Ural and keep making copies of Eldrazi Conscription. I feel like Calyx is one of those people, one of the cards people are ignoring now, but we'll see how broken he is when played. It's his Toe MTG. I think it could be broken. I think it's a B, and I think I can agree with Ernesto's take on, compare it to the best thing in Selesnya, and I would say that that's probably Sithis. I wouldn't, or at least so far as Enchantress lists are concerned, I wouldn't say it's better than Sithis, and it could definitely fit into her 99 and be amazing.
I will say Sithis is straight better than Calyx.
Yeah,
because
agreed.
It's just cast things and you draw cards. That's it. You don't need to invest any mana, no nothing. Just cast and you get a card. That's it.
Right. I mean, but mind you, like those enchantresses that you make that you're playing in Calyx get to double down on your stacks. I feel like Calyx
but you need to draw the enchantments.
Right. Or just find them with a creature tutor. Like it Sithis, like I didn't even run all of the enchantresses because of the virtue that Sithis is right there. I could see Sithis going in Calyx and playing really well. I don't know. I want to see someone. I want to see someone make this because I could see you having like 3 rule of law effects by turn 3. You know what I mean? And just doing gross stuff. Like you're gonna need mass removal to stop the stacks train once it gets started. And all Calyx wants to do is put +1/+1 counters on things and beat you. I think it could do that effectively, but that's gonna be a very slow game.
I think the fact that Calyx has like a actually reasonable infinite combo in Selesnya is nice, but I don't think that makes it good enough because you can do Teamer plus Village Bellringer or Emil plus Village Bellringer, and that's just 2 creature tutors. But you get infinite counters on all of your things, and then that's kind of it. And someone still might even live. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I wish that he could make more than 1 a turn. The last sentence is what kills the card.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, and that's what's interesting. Like, Dofsfa Bellwison says B is very optimistic. A better enchantment commander needs to be a decent win con. Well, I think that folks would argue that Yasharn is like an A or a B, and I don't see Yasharn as any better than Sithis or Calyx, if I'm being frank. I think it's just a stacks piece in the command zone that affects a lot of things and ramp, but you can do just as much with a Sithis or a Calyx. So I don't think B is too optimistic, at least based on the scale we have going here, right? So C is strictly casual. B is a build around effective legend, but I wouldn't say something that you could actively compete with. A and S are up there. Like S is something that's always going to be competitively viable. A is something that you can build for and can compete at a competitive table with, but it's not going to be anyone's first pick. I don't know. Do you guys agree with that? Does Selesnya need to have their enchantment commander be a decent win con, or just have access to a decent win con?
Yeah. I think Calyx is B. Barely.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards C. but there's enough there that if other people choose B, I'm willing to choose B, but I'm leaning towards C.
I choose B because this is a
Okay.
C. Ernesto, wait, am I reading it off? I'll read it off.
Make it a C. No, okay, make it a C.
Danitha,
Because it doesn't compare. It doesn't fit. It needs to compete with Sithis, and Sithis is so much better. It's so much better. You can do it turn one with any Moxen. Sithis is so good compared to Calyx. You don't need to do anything. Just drop her, then play the game, and it gives you advantage. It's so good.
My problem with Sithis is it's how do you win with Sithis versus how do you win with our mans here?
Calyx.
And it's like Calyx has an actual clear win. Sithis is kind of hope you get there a lot of the time.
Well, for at least my Sithis list, you obviously have some of the 2-card combos in it, but it normally would rely on cards like Trudge Garden or giant token generators like the Sigil of the Empty Throne. Like you're just making a lot of tokens and you're overrunning the board with a mess of tokens. And at that point, you have the stacks pieces in place, you have the draw engines in place, and you have the ramp to just play out like half your deck. So that list, it was relying heavily on the token generation by way of like cast an enchantment, make this 3/3 trampler, they're bigger than that, or just 4/4 flying angels, and you have Sarah's Ascension or whatever the card was, the one that you can make 4/4 angels just by playing into the 2-drop. I think we could say C if we want to have it in the C, but I think I can make a B list out of this. But Danitha, New Benalia's Light, for a generic and Selesnya, 2/2, legendary creature, human knight, vigilance, trample, lifelink. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an aura or equipment spell from your graveyard. Ooh.
C.
This is
D.
C.
I'm gonna say D. I'm saying D. It's not worth putting on the board.
Why do you care about having things in your graveyard, like specifically equipments and auras? Auras you can get back, but it's like why would the equipments be in your graveyard? Oh, someone blew them up. Okay.
It's weird recovery. It's very bad, and I wouldn't even want it in the 99 of anything. So with that quickie out of the way, Jeru and Hezeret, 2 generic and double red and a white, 5/4 legendary creature, human god. As long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, Jeru and Hezeret have vigilance and haste. You never really want that to be the case, but Lord knows, maybe you ramp out to the perfect Jeru and Hezeret turn and have 1 or fewer cards. Whenever Jeru and Hezeret attack, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may exile a legendary creature card from among them. That's 6 out of 99, technically 92, if you kept your first 7. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Until end of turn, you may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. So, no. Jeru and Hezeret, should I start? I think that this is... We like these sort of cheaty effects. I think Winota just does this a lot better. I've played and I've built and I've tried these lists before, like Hans, the Selesnyan Hans, the dragon that's Velomachus. Like, I've tried this. It's just not good when it's one thing that gets to do the thing, because as soon as he gets zapped, let's just say like you have the perfect Jeru and Hezeret hand, it's gonna just put him on the board. I've got 1 card in hand, I can haste him on turn 1. I'm gonna go for it, and someone casts removal. Right, so your Jeweled Lotus is for naught. He's going to cost 7 mana afterwards. And even if they don't, even if they're like, what's the best thing Boros can do? What is the best thing they can do off the top 6? What are you hoping to rip into that is a legendary creature specifically that can help you get on track to win the game from here on out? It's probably going to be another value piece. Maybe that Velomachus I was joking about.
It's going to be a Winota.
It's going to be Winota, exactly. And then at which point, why aren't you just playing Winota? Because it is legendary creature tribal, so like your list is going to be chock full of weird things to just hit. Like you want, and you don't, and that's the thing, you're going to need to have an influx of legendary creatures to just hit. Again, 92 cards, but you draw 91 cards, top 6. Top 6 is not a lot. Even if this said top 10, I wouldn't feel comfortable with it. Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable with this at all. I almost put, I say this is a D, but I feel like, Hezeret has a very big following. I could see this being like a casual, this is a casual deck.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd say it's a casual deck because it's really quick. It's a human. You can pull this out in Winota. I don't even think it's good enough for Winota.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is that bad that I'm like, I don't even think it sees playing the 99. I don't think that there's enough good legendary tribal to make this work. And even if you do want to try to make it work, there's better legendary tribal out there.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like a Sisay or something?
Anything.
Like yeah, there's Sisay, there's the Orzhov Knight guy that gives +2/+2 to all your legendaries, so you can just bomb out a bunch of cheap legendaries and punch people hard.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's
Cool
better
time.
than this.
Right.
I don't
Ernesto,
like it.
your thoughts? Is this a D for you? Or are we
This is a
great?
D. So if it didn't say the magic words legendary creature, if it said a card,
Yeah.
this card will be so much better. So much better.
Agreed.
It will be so broken. Well, not broken, but it will be so much better. But it has to say legendary creature. Even the legendary tag just kills the card.
Yeah.
Being realistic, just the legendary card kills the card.
Because
Because
this doesn't get to grace the board for me.
the only thing that I could say that you could flip off of Hasret and Jeru and say, oh, this is a banger, is Etali. Like, Etali is the only thing that I could say, oh, I want to flip this. But it's one card in 90 something cards. So, and if you want to reach you don't need to do the first line of text because they fixed that with the gods that they don't lose attacking or whatever with the requirement.
Mm.
That's good. But if you want to get that, you can get the effect immediately. You have to blow your hand also, which is not hard in Boros, being realistic,
Yeah.
because rebuilding in Boros is just as rough as rebuilding in Celestia or Mono Red.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you have the rituals. Like, I see him casting him being a practical thing you could do, but I don't see this being very good. I think this is great in Joe to 5-color legendary humans, says Matthias. Okay.
That's
Okay.
yeah.
I just don't
Sure,
think it's
but-
gonna see pretty much any play.
I'm still gonna give this a D set. I'm not gonna let it grace the list personally.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, can I get the
Anyway.
next one? Can I get the next one?
Yeah, no, please. Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
We're gonna go from the
I was
bottom up.
so hyped for this card when it was spoiled. So hyped. Anyway, Drana Nimbala. One white, and a black. Legendary creature, Vampire Angel, 3/4, Flying Vigilance. Activated abilities of creatures your opponents control can't be activated.
Oof.
Drana and Limbala has all activated abilities of all creatures your opponents control. You may spend mana as though mana of any color to activate those abilities.
Thrasios. What are you thinking
Oh.
about?
I'm thinking, any Dork? Gone. Thrasios? Gone. All the fun stuff they don't want to do? Gone. That's this card is a hoser. I really like this card.
I mean, it's a Linvala with more upside.
Yes.
Yeah.
And has what else do you want?
Plus the hottest sub-type archetype, Vampire Angels. That's like I'm sure that's someone's fantasy, and it was just realized.
There's some fan fiction written about that somewhere. We all know it.
Yeah. I mean, you're an Orzhov too, and I have to say Orzhov is my favorite 2-color pairing. And then there are a lot of cool things you can do in Orzhov. Like, you have access to a lot of great stuff. So not only do you have all the best generic tutors, you have some of the best stacks playing into this. I can see this being grossly effective, but it really depends on table to table. But shutting down activated abilities of creatures is again, like what Will was saying, that's one thing. And the Linvala we're referencing, I also believe, is for CMC, right? But then you do that, and then you get to use those things. I think that it could be thought of as negligible until you realize how many creatures have activated abilities that this is just going to be able to leverage.
One word for you. Najila.
Right. No, make your warriors. Make
Sure. Okay.
I get to do that for any color.
No, that's activate abilities.
Right?
You get
Right.
you get the swings. You don't get the warriors.
No, what I'm
Warriors
saying is that
static.
you, though, as the Drana Linvala player, may spend mana as though it were any color to activate those abilities. So, right, like anything that's really
5 generic to take an extra combat.
right, like Najila is Wooburg, right? So, like,
Yes.
yeah, you could just have to pay 5 generic.
Yes, it's great.
I don't know. I think that this is definitely a B territory. Maybe you guys can convince me it's
99. It's an
for-
A for the 99.
Hey, I
As
agree.
a
I agree with Will. I agree with Will.
okay, yeah, I could see you if you just slam this in the 99 of a deck, it's an A. I think as its own commander, I'm not sure
No.
what strategy you're directly
It's like
deploying
C. If it's its own commander, like you'll do something dumb and fun to mess around with your play group, but in the 99 it's fantastic. As its
Okay.
commander, it's kind of a joke.
Agreed.
So we're down for this being in the A territory.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'm fair with that.
I wish
think
we
that's-
could have a way to mark it in the 99 or at the helm. That would be much accurate to what
Right.
the rating we're doing.
That's okay.
Because
Well, I mean, if you're watching this tier list, then you'll know. There's that.
I will say that this card in any like Baxio list, even like on a tempo list, is good. My only issue on why I don't rate this as S right now is that activated abilities of creatures in
Right.
cEDH currently is at an all-time low because people are abusing rocks to ramping, and there are very few, I will say, activated abilities like I don't know, like Kinnan or Thrasios or
Mhm.
Nagila. But aside from that, there is not very much activated abilities from creatures. It's all static, like Dranith or Esper Sentinel, Chrome, Timna, the broken ones.
Mhm.
And this doesn't host them.
Right.
Sure, they block Timna until the end of time. Sure. But that's not much else. Like what I say it's firm A, but I cannot give it an S only because of the current meta of cEDH. If the current meta of cEDH devolved back into green being an awesome color, say they ban something, which is the only way they will change, then I will probably raise all this way all the way to S, or to the time when the OG Limbala was meta.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is straight upgrade to Limbala.
Yeah. Yeah, no, 100% an upgrade to Linvala. So, like, if you're in the colors to upgrade to this, just run this in your 99 instead. And I think the effect of it is definitely A tier.
I will also say, you have the right to laugh like a maniacal psychopath if you have this on board and someone reanimates Razaketh forgetting that this is on board.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Razaketh, like this is where, and there you go. This is where the brooding hoarding broodlord, excuse me, is just a better card because it's just a static thing, right? Whereas the tutor suite and the sort of effectiveness of Razaketh is totally lost. Oh my gosh, that's great though.
Or when the Kenrith player goes to the Emil Dockside line,
Yeah.
and you say, no, that's me. I'm doing that. Thank you.
I get to do that. All right, Will, Elish Norn, let us have it.
All right, so Elish Norn, and I'm not even going to read the name of the backside because let's be honest, this is just Elish Norn.
Yeah.
So 2 white for a legendary creature, Phyrexian Praetor. 3 power, 5 toughness, with vigilance. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you or a permanent you control, that source's controller loses 2 life unless they pay 1 mana. Pay 2 and a white, sacrifice 3 creatures you control, exile Elish Norn, and return it to the battlefield transformed. You can only activate this at sorcery speed. The transformed side is an enchantment saga that says 1, incubate 2 5 times, transform all your incubated tokens. 2, creatures you control get +1/+1 and double strike until end of turn. And 3, destroy all permanents on the battlefield except for artifacts, lands, and Phyrexians. Exile and return this card so that you flip back into Elish Norn. This card is kind of gross in casual. Like, this is going to be one of those hyper pub stompy cards in casual because it builds you a board, protects your stuff, board wipes, and anthems all your things and gives double strike. This can start killing people as early as like turn 4 in casual, and there's not a lot that you can do about it in casual. In competitive, I think you can make an okay stack with this in a competitive, but like it'd be B at best in my opinion. It's probably kind of closer to C for me, but I think that like the fact that you can get what is that? That's 3 times that's 30 damage worth from your tokens on the second effect. So you do 30 damage to someone. That's pretty gross. And then those tokens let you flip Elish Norn again. So I think I'd say around B for Elish Norn.
I mean, if we're not giving Calyx a B, I'm not going to give Elish Norn a B. As a fact, I would put Calyx back up to B.
I will say this: Lady Gaga is a firm casual. It's a firm C, because Lady Gaga, to flip her, sure you can cast her, but flip her once. I dare you.
Fair enough.
There's a line that says sacrifice 3 other creatures. That line is so hard the first time.
Right.
It's so rough. The second time, sure, you get the incubate, you get them again, you just don't care. But the first time, it's so rough that and let's say you can make it. You make tokens on your first 2-3 turns, then you slam Lady Gaga, sure, whatever, and then you're gonna flip her. They do anything to her because she has no protection, anything, and you lose 7 mana because of Lady Gaga, and then your other 3 creatures that you sacked. So,
Fair enough.
So, the only format that you can do that and not be punished immediately is in casual, because people play bigger things and that's more expected. So more like a board wipes than a specific removal. So yeah, I will say this is a firm C, because of the sacrifice 3 other creatures is so rough.
Yeah, C is probably the most fair rating that we can give the card.
I'm feeling bad for Calyx. Like, I just don't feel like he belongs next to Arnie, Metalbrow, and Elish Norn.
I mean, Arnie has like some kind of combo, like weird combo potential, because you get at one big creature that like reduced itself, like a Metalwork Colossus or something, and then you just go like, oh yeah, by the way, free 7 cost for 2 mana, or 7 cost for 2 mana, something like that. Arnie has potential, Elish Norn has potential, Calyx has potential.
All right, I would say all the same notes you guys did on Elish Norn. I think she's strictly casual. The stream's going hard, says Beaselbuster. Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to give you a fair assessment of these legends if you're trying to brew them. Nothing's S tier yet, and I don't know how many of these legends are actually going to hit like a firmly competitive level. Even the 5-color ones, like, there are strictly going to be better things in 5 colors as opposed to some of these in here, and you'll see them. Ernesto, I know you enjoy Angels. I'll let you start off with this one if you want.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So, Errant and Giada, 1 and Azorius. Legendary creature, human angel, 2/3, which is not a bad stat line, kinda. Flash flying, you may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast spells with flash or flying from the top of your library. So,
okay.
C tier. Honestly, the card is cool. You can block Timna for days, but it doesn't do enough. Because if it said flash, well, instant already, like you already play instant. But if you could also cast instant from the top of your library, that'd be awesome.
So if you play Shimmermer and all your artifacts have flash,
no.
Does
Shimmermer reads, you may cast artifacts as though they had flash, but they don't have flash itself.
Okay. Is there a way
the card needs to have flash from the card itself, or some other effect?
Is there any sort of flash tribal kind of situation? Because flying, I think we're not even, I don't know, we're not looking at flying, but maybe.
I mean, you can do, I don't know, flying, because it gives you card advantage in that sense. Because if you have a flying tribal, you can make it like just draws cards in a sense. It's like a Mind Over Matter. This card is the Mind Over Matter.
It's better than Danitha in the D tier, you're saying?
This is a C tier firmly. I'm sorry, but I like the card, but
D, in my opinion. I'm
sorry. Okay.
It's because my problem is, like, if you want to look at flying commanders in casual, which could potentially be C tier, this does not beat any of them. Like, there's some commanders that's like whenever flyer you control deals damage, draw a card, and it's like a 5-mana card, I think. That still sees like no play. This would see even less play. So it's maybe tech in the 99 in the casual deck. I'd give it a D.
I would give it a D as well, personally.
Sure.
Let me see here. I'm seeing.
I only said C because that's our rating. The last tier we have is C. I would give it a D if we had a D tier.
I'm a casual player. Elish Norn is the rage in my Michiko deck. However, I got destroyed by Amara when I tried to Elish Norn the first time I played her.
Exactly.
Yeah. Moving on, Will, do you want to take this one?
Oh, sure. Atali, Primal Conqueror, which is a 5 red for a 7/7 Trampler, Elder Dinosaur. Whenever Atali enters the battlefield, each player exiles the top card of their library until they exile a non-land card. You may cast any number of spells from among the non-land cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost, and you can pay 9 and a green to transform Atali only at sorcery speed into Atali Primal Sickness. Phyrexian Elder Dinosaur, legendary creature, 11/11, trample indestructible, whenever, basically infect. I'm not going to read the whole paragraph, basically infect.
Pretty much.
So this is a big dino that lets you pay mana and flip into a Blightsteel Colossus. It's
No
cool.
wrong.
I will say, you wanna know what this deck hard counters? Sasaya. Make me exile like 30 cards until I hit my non-land.
That's well, I mean, so
And they get your payoff for free.
yeah. So how do we feel about this card? I think the top effect is really cool. It's this is not too dissimilar from the previous Atali. I forget if the previous Atali got the cheat out the spell as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
On attack, you get a cheat out, one from every player. I will say the two notable things with this commander: if you have either Food Chain or the Dockside Sabertooth Loop, this decks everyone and lets you play everyone's decks. So that's an outlet. And if you want to just go hard ramp into Blightsteel Colossus and play some stacks effects, that's not the worst. Like it's reasonable. Root Maze and Collector Oof will slow down people enough where you can actually beat people down.
Yeah.
So this card has potential. I don't think it's terribly powerful, but I think that it's cool. The fact that it's 7 mana and then 9 to flip in addition to that does hurt it for me. So I'd probably say maybe C tier, maybe B tier, but probably closer to C for me.
And before Ernesto, you toss your 2 cents in, we have a Graveyard Player. I assume that's what GY is. Hell yeah, Dino, favorite card among the set. And Matthias says, didn't Atali go far in Mox Masters? And I can't confirm or deny that, but yeah, Ernesto, what are your thoughts here?
I think that this cannot go into casual. Sorry, you were saying, Will?
No. I was just saying, yeah, I think that there was an Atali deck that made it like, I think top 16.
That's pretty
So-
wild. Anyway, so
Okay.
as I was saying, this card cannot be casual because of the argument I was saying before that casting stuff for free in casual is too strong. And in this case, in casual, if you resolve a tally, there is an extremely high chance you're winning because again, people play bigger things.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just slam and you get 2 Winkens immediately, you basically get 3 Winkens because this is a 7/7 trample that if you flip it, someone's dead.
Yeah.
They're dead. It's just like kill you. And you get the Winkens. I don't think this is casual, not even close. It cannot be casual by definition of the card. So I will say B at least, borderline A, because the effect is so strong.
Right. To be frank with you guys, but Borgemos and Fibblethip, like this is just one color off from that. And one thing I'll give to Borgemos is the fact that he is also an outlet for your Food Chain or your Dockside Tamir line. But Atali is also an outlet in the same sense. However, it is lacking the kind of protection that blue inherently gives. So I would say that I strongly agree that this is a B-tiered card. It's very effective. And, even if you're just playing like the ramp green inherently has and the rituals red has to play him, that first cast is going to be vicious. Like this isn't I could see building around this and having a very effective commander list with this. I wouldn't say that it would be tournament playable like our A-tier cards, Dren and Linvala being in the 99, but Borgemos and Fibblethip, obviously as your legendary, your commander. I could see this B-tier as well.
I will say this is as a target of our animation.
Right. And that
I'm
was
linking it with Sabertooth, as Will was saying.
mhm.
That's a scary combo.
And that's what is sort of being discussed, right? So we have Atali as a good reanimation target. Majra says, I wish the backside didn't exist so I could play it in Xander. A friend of mine built a Atali commander deck. It was insane. He had Atali and Food Chain, right? Makes sense. Atali is goofy. Atali is goofy, but I think it's better than the other Food Chain commander. No, the Cyclops duo. That's just my thing, though. Like, the effect is better. I think we can all agree. But having Tamir being in blue and giving you draw is no joke. Like, we've all seen how grossly effective draw is. If you look at the top contending list in any cEDH meta, the partner pairs, let's be honest, generally allow you draw. And there's 3 of them, right? There's 3 that you commonly see. But this is better than draw, right? Because you're getting to exile their tops and then potentially cast something that's useful for you. I think in a world where it's infinitely happening, yes, this is better than Baborgimos. But then if you gave them both infinite mana, I would still say the list that has blue is better. Because you could literally draw your deck and cast Thassa's Oracle in the other one.
Yep. Because
that's a win.
If you flip Etali once, you can flip 3 rocks and you're sad.
Mm-hmm.
Sure,
Yeah.
you can have the amazing world of flipping Atnos, I don't know, Thassa's Oracle, and take the pact.
Right.
It's just, you win.
Yeah.
But that's like such a high variance that most of the time you're gonna get drawing a counter, a random ritual, and maybe like a decent card. Being realistic with Etali. In cEDH, most of the time you're gonna get that. However, as Patrick was saying, if you blink it all the time, it's what Will's saying, that you can just deck everyone and just win.
Right. But like, because of the lack of blue, right, you're not going to have those flicker effects, right? So you're going to have to rely on a Tamir Sabertooth, put it back to your hand, and recast it, which is...
because the reason why Bobby and Fibble are a bit better is also any infinite mana is a win because of the other part of the effect that basically lets you pay 2 to put it back in the command zone. So you can just use any infinite mana. With Etali, you specifically need Food Chain or Temur Sabertooth with one of the Temur loops. So it's a lot harder to get Etali to go off than it is for the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still of the opinion where I'm like, I mean, if you're casting Etali, you're probably winning on like turn 7 or 8 in casual. I'm like, that's just slow enough for casual. But I'm like, looking at our tier list and seeing everything else on B, I'm like, no, yeah, I'll agree that it's B.
Yeah. And just to go over some comments here, true, one of the best reanimate targets. If we want to consider this in the body of the 99, I still don't think that this is a more effective than Drana and Linvala by way of effect. I think, again, it is very situational and the variance is there for it still. So it is a really good reanimate target, but I can't say that it's any better than Drana and Linvala. And also, Drana and Linvala are far more playable at 4 CMC and immediately have an effect on the game, whereas Etali, it actually might exile... I mean, again, it actually won't exile anything of real value. It's just going to exile land cards until it hits something, right? So... I don't know. I'd still say it's B territory. And someone says, the identity isn't quite good enough, though, being in Gruul for the Dino. I agree. The 2 Obi decks, Ob Nixilis, presumably, just went 13th and 14th in the Chaos Tournament. Cool. Bobby can get down with Kinnan.
Borborygmos.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're ready to move on. I think that was a fair assessment.
I do also want to say that we did go, like, kind of glide over the Blightsteel side of the card. If you want to make a card that just hard ramps super quickly, plays a Tali on, like, turn 2 and then flips it turn 3, that's also pretty good. So, keeping that into context, I'm actually going to say, yeah, it's B. It's a pretty decent B.
Single player elimination is tough, but like it's hard for me to assess like that. The variance there is real too, because like who are you cutting out of the game? Are you cutting out the control player because whatever reason? That just means that you're enabling these 2 other players to potentially pop off that much more easily. So who are you cutting out? Probably I would, if I was going to kill one player, I'd probably cut off like the turbo player so that they're not, going to have the potential to just pop off at any moment. And then I can hopefully, this would be more of a stacks variation of those, I imagine, if you're trying to flip him. Moving on. He's fine. I'll do Galta and Mavrin. I can probably just say this is D tier without reading it, but 3 generic, 2 green, 2 white, 12/12, legendary creature, dinosaur, vampire, of course. Trample, whenever you attack, choose 1. Okay, so no haste, but whenever you attack, choose 1. 7 mana. Okay. Create a tapped an attacking XX green dinosaur creature token with trample, where X is the greatest power among other attacking creatures. Well, Galt is a 12/12. Create X1/1 white vampire creature tokens with lifelink, where X is the number of other attacking creatures. Well, that's pretty cool, isn't it? So the bottom effect is nice. If I could see this being like fun and casual. I wouldn't say that this is an unplayable card because go wide strategies work. I would say that the cost, it really needed haste for me to like this card. Do you guys like it? I don't know. Is there a play line I'm missing here? I think it's okay. I would say that this is a C.
Haste with this?
I want haste with
What?
this.
Are you insane?
The card is already just pretty good by itself. The one thing I'm sad about is it doesn't make a baseline 12/12 on the attack with the big one. It says other creatures, so you have to have a second big thing. But like this has potential in casual because you can make a bunch of blockers, or you can just make a big BD trample creature. And if you want to go Voltron, you can do some very fun and dumb things with Voltron in this, because you just keep moving your equipment to the biggest token and make an even bigger token.
We're getting a D, like, don't play this from the audience so far.
I agree with this one.
Yeah,
I agree.
like,
don't play this. Don't play this.
There's dumb fun things that you can do,
Mm-hmm.
but it's probably D.
Galta doesn't have to attack. Didn't know that, right? So whenever you attack, right?
Yep.
So you can play Galta and get the thing, but the benefit is from having other things attacking. So you building up to the stage, right? Because it is 7 to drop. Like you could technically have a board that plays really well into your Galta cast, or Galta and Mavrin, I should say. I think it's D unplayable. That's 2 Ds, but Will, were you?
It's C or D for me. I'd probably say I'm a little bit closer to the C side, but I'd be fine if we ranked it as D. I'd totally understand that.
D is for dinosaur, says Niburu. Yeah, that's true. D is for dinosaur.
Oh, then we got to put a tally down there too. Sorry.
Yeah.
Those are the rules.
Nesto, I'll let you take Glissa, Herald of Predation.
Hell yeah. I love the first Glissa. Glissa, Herald of Predation, 3 and Golgari. It's a creature, Phyrexian zombie elf. Now there was the Phyrexian title. So 3/5, at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose 1. Incubate 2 twice. Transform all incubator tokens you control, and Phyrexians you control gain first strike and death touch until end of turn. This is not even close to the first Glissa.
No.
The first Glissa was gas.
Yeah. This
one is, as you were saying, like, go wide. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the only thing that I've ever thought of making with this is maybe something with KCI, because you're getting 2 artifact tokens every turn, so you can build up a board to do some mass sack stuff, but like, and you're in black, so you can tutor KCI easily. It's still not great.
It's okay. Yeah.
I mean, there was a KCI list with the old Glissa, which is much better.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, that would be much better.
You kill something and you get the artifact back for KCI, which then you can sack it to kill something, and so on, so on, so on, so on. So
you're in Golgari though. So like, is there a Birthing Pod, Eldritch Evolution, Pyre of Heroes? Like, is there a Phyrexian zombie and or elf you're hitting at 6 or 7 that puts us over the top and we're ignoring it? Like, I don't want to. You're in 2 colors, so like you can inherently do something with this. And like you were saying, on the cast at the beginning of, if this is your main phase 1 play, you can do a thing with this. Is that thing any better than any other strategy in Golgari? Is that how we were looking at this one? Because like, what's the big thing to do in Golgari? Are people still loving Witherbloom Apprentice and Chain of Smog? Like, that's a shoot yourself in the foot strategy if you fail, right? And it's not like this helps you recover from that failure or helps you get there. And Will was saying that the one strategy to go for would be KCI, and yeah, totally, because you're making those tokens, but it's just okay. I mean, I would say that this is C. Like, you're in 2 colors, so this is going to be more playable than anything else, but it's not good. I wouldn't say it's Galta and Mavrin levels of bad and avoid.
My problem is 5 mana. 5 mana hurts with this card. If this was 3 mana like the other Glissas, I might actually play this as like some off-meta cEDH deck at some point and just test it, but like, nah,
Hmm.
this feels like a D for me.
This Glissa is a B in limited. Don't even bring KCI up. We have 6 mana elf in Golgari. Okay. Belby would be better and easier for KCI than this. Interesting. The Glissa from All Will Be One is better in every way, says Majra. I'll have to take you on your word. The next one is Pure Gas though. So far as the next card we're talking about. Okay, let's get over this hump, the Glissa hump, guys. Where are you on Glissa?
D. Just
D.
D. Just shortcut to D.
Okay. All right, and Will, I'll let you take this one.
Okay. We have Heliod, the Radiant Dawn, 2 white for a legendary enchantment creature god. 4 power, 4 toughness. When Heliod, the Radiant Dawn enters the battlefield, return target enchantment card that isn't a god from your graveyard to your hand. You can pay 3 and a Phyrexian blue to transform Heliod Radiant Dawn into Heliod, the Warped Eclipse, which is white and blue, and he's a legendary creature enchantment Phyrexian god with 4 power and 6 toughness. All your spells have flash, and your spells cost 1 less for each card your opponents have drawn this turn. Holy crap, this card is fantastic.
The
So
backside, for sure.
yeah, the backside. The front side is like, yeah, you can get back that I don't know, like what is it? Seal of Cleansing, the weird white naturalized
Sure,
enchantment. Yeah,
sure.
you can get that back. Fantastic. But
It's still decent value though.
Or Aura of Silence.
yeah, you can get back stacks pieces. You can also get back your Rhystic Study or your Mystic Remora, which is not anything to laugh about. But the backside is what really makes this card insane because you can have someone draw a card for their turn. If they draw another card, you can cast Windfall for 1 blue, and then your stuff is probably costing 21 less mana, and you can play almost your entire deck with very little mana because you can flash in Arcane Signet for a blue, flash in something else for whatever mana, cast a Blue Sun Zenith, X equals 21 because of all the reduction. You draw 21 cards, you keep going, you keep going, you keep going.
Right.
This deck can storm off really easily, and it can also just kind of grind value pretty well. And if someone blows this up, you're not hurting too much. You're okay with recasting it because you probably cast enough stuff off flipping it for the first time. And if they blow it up before you could flip it, like, it hurts, but you're also in Azorius, so you're in the colors to stall out to get it back anyways. It's really, really good.
Chad is saying
I'd say
S.
this is like,
Chad
I'd
is
say
saying
like
S.
A or S. A or S, one of those two. Like, I'd probably lean closer to S, same as chat, but like there's some arguments just because it is somewhat fragile and it has a lot for the setup. So I might be willing to say A, but it's really good. So
what are all your
I'm
wheels?
probably gonna say S.
You have a Windfall, obviously. You have Time Twister if you're proxying it or not on a budget. You have Jace's Archivist or something. There are a couple wheels that exist, right? In
You also
blue
have
and white.
what is it? Days Undoing, Days End, which is the bad one, but it is just a time twister because it doesn't end the turn if it's your opponent's turn, only if it's your turn. So that's just another time twister.
So you have maybe 4 or 5, really?
You
realistically?
have a couple more, and you can even play the like bad 5 mana ones because they are probably only costing like 1 or 2 blue anyways, just because that's the nature of cEDH. So like, it's good.
Graveyard Player says D for discount, but S for ability. Ernesto, I'm gonna give it to you before I give my own assessment here.
Also, this is a firm A. I will not give it an S because it dies to any Stiff Breeze. So, and you need to resolve a wheel. And if you're resolving a wheel, that means that
You're
you're
killing
feeding the hands of everyone else, and it's just basically asking, "Do you guys have the answer now?" And if you don't have, I don't know, like a Teferi out, like the 3 fairy, this card is just begging to die to anything. So that's why I cannot give it an S. It's really good.
Right.
The effect is very strong. I didn't realize that you could also cast artifacts, so you can just ramp
spells.
into infinity. But if you can chain everything, sure, amazing, great. But again, you're giving everyone a full hand, And this dies to Elemental Blast, Bounce, Kill, anything. Any Stiff Breeze, and it's dead.
It's also an enchantment, so it dies to all the disenchant effects as well.
Also
right.
that.
So my issue is and so we have S tier from Nibiru, we have S tier from Majra, we have W tier for Winning from Matt. Now Nibiru states it can get hated on, but that doesn't make it bad, just makes it a threat. Now, yes, that's true, but my issue here is, and what makes Ernesto saying more relevant to the conversation, is that you're relying on, at least for a moment here, a wheel effect to go off, one of your own, right? We're all contemplating like this is a wheel commander. You are fueling your opponents to hate on this consistently every single time. So you're going to need that Snapcaster or the Archaeomancer to get the counter to potentially help your own things go off. Like, you're going to be contesting with a lot of people. I think that you could probably overcome the adversity of it, but you're fueling the hate yourself. And like that inherently, wheels inherently as a strategy are very bad. I don't find wheel effects good because you get 7 cards worth of value just generically, but you're giving 21 cards worth of value. That's not good. That's not good at all. And if your strategy strictly relies on that, then hell yes, you better have flash for every single spell you're casting, because you're going to need to work over top of a lot of stuff. I would say that this is A as well. I don't want to give it S because the baseline strategy is a bad effect, in my opinion. I don't like wheeling for other people unless it's turn 1 and I'm on the play and I wheel of fortune and I like, haha, whatever your starting hands were, hope they weren't that good, right? Then it's good in my mind. But generally speaking, wheeling when you're 3 to 4 to 5 turns in and everyone has their ramp and everyone has their cost reduction, like people have their own engines going, you're just giving value. It's tough to say. I think that you can very easily get to a win in this list, and we haven't even discussed win cons for this deck.
Ballista, probably.
Right.
Ballista would be like,
honestly, the
get a
win
bunch
con
of
is
reduction.
whatever.
Bosses,
It
yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah.
I think the issue for this deck is not the win con, it's getting there. Because people are
Yeah.
discussing in the chat, oh, you have the fairy, you have silence, all that. Sure, if you have the fairy, I mentioned it. If you have the fairy, yes, this card is busted. It's insanely good because you can keep chaining. But if you don't have anything and you say, oh, I'm going to silence, in response, they kill Heliod. That's it. That's it. Game over.
Right.
You're back to the Stone Age. So, sure. That's my only issue with this card.
Okay, so the rebuttal for the hate would be a silencer counter. You've addressed that. Wheels do hurt to play, says Matt. S tier because it's generically good and it improves as more cards are printed. Vegan Economist says. I think that just looking at the game as of March of the Machine and the aftermath, I think that's the only way we can really critique it right now. I still think it's an A, but maybe you guys can sway me. I think Ernesto's on A as well. So, well,
I'd agree with an A. Like, I think it has the potential of being S tier, but it's more likely than not going to be an A. I do also want to point it out because this plays very similarly to the land Society deck that I play. Because you have a commander that's a very all or nothing that's focused in on a strategy. You flip it, make a ton of mana, and win the game immediately. The difference is, Society costs 3. Society doesn't have you pay mana to flip Society. And Society also has some level of self-protection. So you get out Society about the same time, maybe earlier. And the card protects itself better. And if it gets blown up, it doesn't care because it just gets recast and flipped on like the next turn or the turn after. And then wins.
I guess I'm sorry. Continue.
So you can say your thing because I can continue after that.
I just also it's 7 mana to get there, guys. Like, you're gonna cast Heliod and then you're gonna effectively wait a turn because you're gonna need the mana to cast the wheel, like going into it. But once you flip it, obviously it's very grossly effective. And this does count people's draws per turn, like Will was saying earlier. Like, you could just wait to do the things you need to do. But I don't think people are gonna wait for you to pop off. You know what I mean? This is very easily a threat, and it's a little slow to get there. Like, it is burdensome having to pay the cost to activate it at sorcery to flip it. Like, you need to do that on your turn and set up. You know, if you could flip this off turn, it's even better. Right. But like the fact that you have to announce it on your turn, you have to go through the whole rigmarole to get this set up, kind of makes it just A for me.
Actually, makes it worse. Flipping it makes it worse
Mm-hmm.
because you can pyroblast it. It actually makes it worse.
Well, and I don't want to discredit what you're saying. Das Belwison is the first proper cEDH commander on the list. Yeah, I think that, but A is definitely something like A is still a tier we're saying that you could play at a competitive table. Like everything in A is something that it can either be in the 99 or as its own standalone legendary in the command zone that is playable in cEDH for sure. Like these are all playable in cEDH. I don't think though that, you know, Azorius doesn't lend itself to finding wheels. You have card quality effects that maybe get you there. Like it's lacking relevant tutors to get the ball rolling. You're really going to have to rely on things like what you know, Will was stating, Blue Sun Zenith, or any of the effects that are going to help you dig. I think it's fine. I think it's A. I think we all agree on A.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. But it's a very all or nothing commander that draws a bunch of attention and needs to be removed, or else you win the game like immediately. And I built a deck that is literally that. It flips into an enchantment and then makes a bunch of mana and wins the game. The deck has potential and the deck is going to be good. It's not like something new or bonkers. It is very fragile because this has less protection than the other deck that I played, and the other deck I played, I would not call it S tier.
Right. I think it's good though. I like again, the colors are good. Like everyone's saying, you know, you have you obviously have your stacks pieces. It's in the Tithe colors as well. Ristic, all the other good CADs. Agree. Yeah. I like it. I think it's a little bit slower to set up. Like again, and you don't have any rituals, so you're going to rely heavily on your artifact ramp to get there. Slower setup. I think that this is going to rely on a mixture of stacks, control magic and blue, and then obviously any sort of wheel effects then after to get the ball rolling on your own game plan. But I think we're going to see a lot of it, and I'm excited to see a lot of it. So if you have a list, let us know in the comment section after this video. I'd be curious to see how you're piloting Heliod Radiant Dawn. It's certainly one of the more interesting ones we've touched on today so far. But we have another one that I think is pretty interesting. Hidetsugu and Kairi for 2 generic and, double blue Dimir. 5/4 legendary creature, Ogre Demon Dragon flying. When Hidetsugu and Kairi enter the battlefield, draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. Okay. When Hidetsugu and Kairi dies, exile the top cards of your library. Target opponent loses life equal to the target opponent loses life equal to its mana value. If it's an instant or sorcery card, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. So it sets itself up for this line of play. In the line of play, you know, we were talking about Enter the Infinite. We were talking about some of the cards you wouldn't really consider playing in a cEDH setting here that are kind of really effective here. And, you know, you either have a top deck manipulating tutor and or you just have the thing in your hand, right? Which is really cool because you're never going to get stuck with the combo piece here. If it's Enter the Infinite, draw 3, put 2, put it there. And then you cast any spell that says, and the best ones to use would be an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. You want those because you don't want to give anyone the opportunity to otherwise exile Hidetsugu and Kairi, so that you just put the trigger on the stack and do the thing. I would say this is a build around B. I would say there's a build around B. Like there's some cool cheeky things you can do with it. You have great tutors in these colors for instant sorceries and generic. It's expensive to cast, but again, you're in black, so you have all the really good rituals. I think it's a build around B, and it's going to be fun to see a list for this.
Yeah, I'd say it's a B, maybe a C, but probably closer to a B just because there's a lot of really big bomb spells that you can easily abuse. Black has never really been short on sacrifice of creature effects. I think it has a good amount of potential. I could be talked either way into a B or a C for this card.
Yeah, I'm just tuning in with the chat here, but yeah, Nesto, where are your thoughts on Hidetsugu and Kairi?
I like that the ETB is a Brainstorm.
Yeah,
that's up for the second line, so it's a good like self-contained card that does everything you wanted it's not broken the effect because it's not like Bam Tutor. That Bam Tutor with the second effect is just insane.
Oof.
It's just what? Or personal tutor, that's basically the same thing.
Right,
And
right.
you
It
can
gives
do
you, yeah, you
awesome
can even
things.
you can even use some of the worst tutors. Like no one really is on personal tutor, but you'd be on personal tutor here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You could use like
You
Cool
flip Enter
Tutor,
the
right?
Infinite with
The
this,
craft
or
3
Pita,
mana
or
one?
whatever with this, and it's
Ugh.
amazing. It's
Yeah.
just you're living the life. And the only reason why I cannot give this, I will go on the other side and say this could be borderline A, because cheating an effect that says you win the game, basically like Pita or Enter the Infinite, it's very strong. Especially the ones that go mana positive, like the one that gives you a quadruple black. I don't remember this one black
Culling the
sacrifice a
Weak
creature you
and
get.
Sacrifice.
Right.
Those are the two that would do that.
One of the black rituals, whatever.
Yeah,
One
Culling
of
the Weak,
those. You
Sacrifice,
flip,
both are good.
you
Yeah.
flip, Enter the Infinite, and you say, "Oh, I have all the spell here. Have a fish. Have a historical. Huh? What are you gonna do now?" That thing, that effect is pretty good, I would say. So sure, I'll use Hot Blue for defense if you need it, and for the historical.
Yeah, I mean
So I
Demir's a really strong color pair. Like there's a lot of stuff in here that'll take you there, and you have all the counter magic to ensure that you're free. And again, you're going to cast the thing for free, so you'll have your resources available. And don't go for this unless you're able to protect it. Obviously, like you're not going to put Enter the Infinite on the stack unless you're able to protect it. You're not going to put Peta on the stack unless you're some crazy turbo list and you're doing it on turn 1, right? And then you're like, you have to have the free counter to stop me, right? I could see what you're saying though. This is very, I could see this being an A within certain builds for sure.
The only reason why I would not call this card an A is just because it's 5 mana to set it up. And that is the only reason, because the double blue, if it was double black, I'd actually probably be a lot happier about this card, but the fact that it's double blue kind of hurts.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why I wouldn't say A. I'm actually way more willing to lean towards B now though, because I was on the fence on the C side, but like I'd give it like a solid B.
Well, I'm curious.
I'm sticking to saying cards that cheat other cards, any card, cannot be casual. I'm sticking with that, especially ones that set themselves up like this one, that you can just say, oh, any specific card, I can put it on top and then set it up. That cannot be casual. That's way too strong for casual.
Yeah, but I will say though that 5 is that magic range. Like people will mull for that ad nauseum hand, and it's only 5, right? But you do need to sacrifice it. So you do need that culling ritual, like you mentioned. You do need the sacrifice that gives you black, and black doesn't inherently benefit your counter spells, right? You're not really, unless you're on some sort of Dimir counterspell, and then 1 black can go towards that. I think it's a B. I would say it's a B. Yeah.
I will say, you can run that Cruel Tutor in cEDH now, that really bad tutor that no one plays. It has a home.
Well, I'm curious as to where the audience is on Hidetsugu and Kairi. This is a tough one. Are you good? Let me just set up a poll, because I am very curious as to whether you guys would rather see this in A or B. This is one that I feel like is a little bit more contentious, but Hidetsugu and Kairi, would you say that this is A, a very playable, like build around competitive deck, or B, situationally viable? You're probably not going to see it win any competitive tables. But I'll put that out there.
myself into an A, honestly.
Yeah, me too, man.
That's because if your hand is just dog, you can just brainstorm,
right,
and it's good.
Yeah, but
and
like
just good.
You could just flicker. You could just flicker it too, because you're probably going to run
clone
flicker.
it.
Right.
You can clone it,
flicker,
and you get this busted effect for free.
I know. I think we're neglecting the fact that it's a brainstorm in the command zone, and like it's a really good card.
Cloning it
and
is
you get
very
a 5/4
funny though.
flyer to go with it.
Cloning it is really
slapped.
funny. Yeah, I'm okay. So we have you can buy dead Remora. You can buy dead Remoras. You can't buy back dead Remoras as well. What?
Heliod.
That's a
Heliod.
Oh. Okay. Hidetsugu, the 20 damage combo in standard is something. Oh, I see. Yeah, and we're forgetting the fact that you're just reaming someone for the spell too, which is kind of gross, but I don't think we're really into it for that. I love the combo. Hidetsugu and Kairi, my beloved, my children. B tier. B tier, though. I start playing Standard again because of Hidetsugu. That's dope. This probably A tier as well. It will do the thing and cast Peer or Enter the Infinite, right? I think those are the two kind of magic spells. I think we probably stop there, right?
Maybe
We're not going to...
People probably say.
Right. You'd still maybe run Adnos in this list, and that's probably the only reason why I would limit the amount of, like, Bomb, Hidetsugu, and Kairi spells to Enter the Infinite and PETA, because you don't want to hit more than that with Adnos in the body. Because sometimes you'll have the 5 mana, and it's probably going to be black, where you can't cast Hidetsugu and Kairi, but you can go into an Adnos, and that's probably preferable. It has Dragon Tribal synergy. You can counter this trigger with a regular counter spells. You can counter, well, you don't even have to counter the trigger, right? You can just wait till the actual spell, but if you have a stifle effect too, you could counter the trigger. But you could do it at instant speed. That's true. You could technically lodge this spell at instant speed if you sacrifice Hidetsugu and Kairi whenever you want, right? And I'll do it all in a clone deck, right? 5 mana Thassa is kind of meh. Blade of Selves, okay. 3 mana can win, though. 3 mana can win. This deck is just making me think, why am I not playing Yuriko?
This man is spitting facts.
Yeah.
Just play Yuriko. Why would you play this? Just play Yuriko and just slap people.
Does Yuriko let you free cast Enter the Infinite, though?
No, but she draws cards on each attack.
Yeah, I know.
On each hit. That's pretty much anything you want. And for 3 mana, I think, it's just so cheap.
I'd only give this card an A because the trigger can kill people. Yeah. Shoot Atraxa can win. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to let this run for 3, 2, 1. And we have Hidetsugu and Kairi in the B tier. Thanks for being the tiebreaker there for us, guys. But I will state it was not... This is not decisive. It's 54 to 45%.
Yep.
Tell me how that ratio works. But yeah, 54% say B. And I'm going to agree. All right, moving on to the next card. I think I tackled this one. Human God. Ernesto, let us have Inga and Essica.
Inga and Essica. No, so here's where the chariot comes from, I see. So, Inga and Essica, 2 and...
sure.
What? Oh, 2 green and blue. Human God, 4/4. Creatures you control have vigilance and add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if 3 or more mana from creatures was spent to cast it, draw a card.
Yeah, but it's not Eska's Chariot. You don't get those 2 cats.
It's there, though.
Yeah,
it's there in the image.
Oh.
I will say this card is almost there. If you didn't say 3 mana from creatures, it could be like mana from 1 creature or 2 because you can cast Inga and Essica, but still,
Right.
It's so rough.
So the audience and myself are probably going to say, why not Kinnan? Right? Well, Kinnan doesn't draw, but the draw, like you're saying, it's pretty restrictive. But I mean, you're going to probably be playing dorks, so like you'll have mana from creatures.
Why not Thrasios?
Why not Thrasios? Yeah.
Why not OG Asika? Play all 5 colors and then basically have the same mana effect.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that someone's saying smells like a C. I don't think that this is D tier. I think that this is playable, but I do think it's a build around casual deck.
Yeah,
I
can agree with that.
Also,
Yeah.
someone was saying Convoke. Convoke doesn't work because the creatures don't add mana. You just tap them to reduce the cost of the spell.
Whenever you cast a creature spell, if 3 or more mana from creatures was spent, right?
Yep, mana from creatures. So it's basically dorks, and Inga and Essica makes every creature you have as a dork. So that's not a problem. It's just that you cannot Convoke with this. The Convoke doesn't work.
Convoke does say each creature tapped while casting this pays for 1 or 1 mana of that creature's color. So it is paying for the colors. Yeah, I don't know if it counts as paying mana, but it's paying for it. So that's weird. It's not reduced. It's not reduction. It is paying.
Judge?
Yeah, I'm trying to see, right, exactly what that person does the Convoke nonsense. You're like, whoa.
Maybe like, oh, wait, maybe I'm forgetting then, okay. Maybe they don't do something because Maybe Convoke is something. Still,
Well,
like,
I think we all see for Convoke.
beautiful.
You could, sure, yeah.
Beautiful. I agree.
Will, do you want to take us away on the Jin Cataxius ride?
Yeah, so we're skipping the 5 battles, which all lined up beautifully right there.
Right. I mean, yeah, thank God. The invasions. I mean, I'd love to play a. Where's Marchesa? Where is she? I'd love to play her, but
I'd love to play Invasion of Ikoria as my commander. That would be sick. I'll just Green Suns in the command zone. Alright, so Jin Gitaxis. Am I gonna get all of the Braiders? Is that just gonna line up perfectly?
We'll see.
So Jin Gitaxis is 3 blue for a legendary creature Phyrexian Praetor with 5 power, 4 toughness, and ward 2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, draw a card. Pay 3 and a blue to exile Jin Gitaxis and return it to the battlefield transformed. Activate only if you have 7 or more cards in hand. The flip side is a enchantment saga that says draw equal to the number of cards in your hand. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. You have no maximum hand size for as long as you have this in play. Tier 2, return all non-Phyrexian creatures to their owner's hands. And then Tier 3, you may cast any number of spells from your hand without paying their mana cost, and then exile and return this as Jin Gitaxis. So, this card is pretty good if you can flip it, and it is a draw engine to try to help you flip it. It is going to be pretty difficult to flip it, though, because keeping a full grip is going to be a little bit of a challenge, but it's still doable. Also, the fact that you just make your hand size massive after that, and then once you flip it once, you can flip it again and again and again very easily, and just storm out of control is nice. I'd say this is possibly B tier. Like, I'd say B tier is kind of decent, because if you get Rhystic Study out or Mystic Remora, you're probably going to get up to 7 cards in hand.
Right. And it needs to be those effects, because even if you're running all the Mind Break traps or all the, as additional cost, do this and cast it for free, or like whatever prerequisite you had to meet, provided the spell was 3 or greater, it's just replacing itself. Right. So this is like a free spell tribal, maintain a hand, go through your deck, try to find some cards that put you up positively in hand size.
And then 1 or 2 bomb spells for the Omniscience on the 3rd effect.
I don't know. Mono blue is fine. At closing out a game, though, like, what are you doing? I say that this is a C. I could be wrong. Someone steer me a different direction.
No, I think it's a C.
But Ernesto,
because it suffers from this
for free.
Sure, yeah, sure, whatever. On the 3 turns after that you're telegraphing, if you manage to resolve the 3rd chapter of the saga,
right,
the other people deserve to lose. Being realistic, you have 3 turns letting them know you're gonna die in 3 turns. If you don't do anything, that's their problem. Being realistic. So I really think this card is not very good because it suffers from the mono blue issue of how do you rebuild. You can get to the 5 mana and you can get all these awesome effects on blah blah blah. How do you get to flip him? How do you get to the 7 cards in hand again to flip him? The previous Jin Gitaxias, the one that not even the previous Jin, the
OG.
No. Well, the OG is miles better than this. It's not even a question. The blue god, the costs 3 mana and you can draw cards. That one is so much better than this, because you can just draw cards and it's just a sink for mana. Also this card doesn't give you any innate like win cut.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can do like our resident blue player Justin when he was playing Narumea. What was the win cut? Naru into blinking into infinite mana and then
make your opponents draw. Yeah.
And then draw the deck. No, I think the latest is Stars Oracle or
right.
whatever else.
For a time it was make your opponents draw.
This one doesn't do anything. Sure, you can redraw, but only if you spend mana of 3 or greater. That's already expensive. It protects itself with War 2, which is pretty good, sure. It doesn't do it for me.
It's
I
fixed.
will say if you get it flipped, it's making up for itself because you're going up to 14 cards in hand.
Sure.
So you'll flip for the 7 and it protects itself for that.
Hang on a second.
Right.
No.
The first.
Oh yeah, because when you flip, yeah, okay, it makes sense.
But
So
I mean, your maximum hand size will bounce back, obviously. So you need to flip it immediately after. But
I'm not sold. I think it's a C.
If
I
you want to
was-
put it
want
on
to like
C,
the
that's
card.
fair.
I want to like it, but it's not there.
we're getting D from the audience. I think that it's just as playable as the Elish Norn.
I'd say
And
it's a
it's-
little bit more playable just because being able to go up to 14 cards in hand and then potentially keep going up higher and higher and higher is nice. But yeah, I can agree with the C at least.
Wow, we got so many cards to go through, I realize.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are enjoying yourself in the audience. We're gonna maybe try to gun through these a little bit quicker. I mean, I don't mind. We can take our time. I have nothing to do today, but I would say that this is playable. It's probably, I don't think anyone's really gonna. So far as Mono Blue is concerned, it's a C. The two of us for C. I'll read Jarina. Dauntless General for Orzhov and just Orzhov. 2/2 legendary creature, human soldier. When Jarina, Dauntless General, enters the battlefield, exile target player's graveyard. Sacrifice Jarina. Humans you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. I don't think that this was designed to be your commander. I think it is a D.
I think it's designed for specifically standard.
Right.
And maybe modern.
And maybe modern. So D for modern. All right. And Ernesto, I'll let you take this one away. We just did a deck tech on Joy Roll.
Did I? Oh, you did.
We did.
We did, yeah.
Oh snap! I didn't know that. So Jolrael, Voice of Salfir. This is like Teferi's wife, I think, right? Chu and the Simic. Cuban Druid. 3/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to one target land you control becomes an XX green and blue bird creature with fly and haste until the end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your hand. It's still land. Whenever a land creature you control does combat damage to a player, draw a card. I mean, I like it. It does everything you need, and it makes a creature that is unblockable, like has evasion, draws your cards, slaps you. It's not busted, but I will play this card. And it's also 4 mana in colors that can ramp it because green.
Mhm.
I do not dislike this card. I like it. I will give it a B, firm B at least.
Okay.
Yeah, I can agree with the ranking to some extent. I might be able to say A, but I'd say probably B, just because what we did for the deck tech was mass land animation effects and extra turns to basically go from a control deck to an Edric turns deck. So that was kind of what we did in the deck tech, just because turning all of your lands into creatures and then beating to draw like 8 cards a turn was pretty useful. But yeah, I'd say B, just because the strategy where you have to tap your lands to punch makes it a bit more difficult, but it does have potential. So I'd say B. I could be talked into an A, but I kind of agree with B more than anything else.
And Nibiru is suggesting the Nexus of Fate combo.
I think it's Inkmoth Nexus.
Right. Wait. Oh, Inkmoth Nexus? Oh, yeah, that might make more sense. So Nexus of Fate is in the deck. I don't think there's anything that immediately combos with it. I would say that this is like a firm B. I would say as an extra turn style list, it's great. I like the fact that it manipulates cards and strategies that you don't typically see in Commander. Specifically, all your lands are creatures, and or vice versa, all your creatures are lands if you decide to play a Shaya. There are plenty of ways to make lands attack. So, particularly with Simic. So, definitely a build around B kind of list. But the most important thing to note here is the fact that it's giving you the thing to swing with evasion, and you draw when it does it. And that's just icing on the cake to help get the ball rolling. But yeah, I think as an extra turn style list, it's really potent. And I think that there are probably a couple ways you could tackle this list, and it'll be fantastic. I like it a lot. I'd say it's a B. Definitely a B. Does
Alrighty.
anyone's
Yeah.
opinion change or? Okay.
No, I'd say
No.
B. I'm still on like the B, maybe a little bit better, but probably B train.
Okay. Yeah, Jorel. Good job, Jorel. You did it. Okay.
Do we want to blitz through the next two? Because I feel like actually maybe even the next three, because I feel like they're kind of straightforward.
Yeah, Will, you can
You
take
go.
Karn.
You go
Yep.
then.
Karn Legacy Reforged. 5 mana for a legendary artifact creature golem with star power and toughness. Uh, Karn's power and toughness are equal to the number or are equal to the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. At the beginning of your I can't talk right now.
You'll
Holy
get there.
crap. At the beginning of your upkeep, add generic for each artifact you control. This mana cannot be spent to cast non-artifact spells until the end of your turn. You don't lose the mana between steps and phases. Cool card, can probably do some fun, dumb stuff. I think it's probably more of like a 99 card in casual. I'd probably say D, maybe C, but probably D.
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 Yeah.
D for D for dress down.
Dress down, yeah. D for dress down.
Because this card is dress down dies.
Yeah.
Dies. Just
Fair.
dies.
Majra says I plan on doing his deck. I assume Karn. I'd love to see it. I think it will be very, very fun. You get that sort of yeah.
Best of luck.
You
Best
get like
of luck,
this
buddy.
like a Thran turbine kind of thing going on with the second effects. A little bit better, obviously. It's fine. It's a D for dress down. I agree. So for mud decks, New Eldrazi Commander. New Eldrazi Commander? Hello again. Hey Mordai. And Karn. Alright.
Patrick, you get the new Simic.
Oh, I get to do it?
Yeah.
Kiora, Sovereign of the Deep. Yes, Simic, my favorite color pair. 3 generic in Simic. 4/5. Legendary creature, Merfolk, Noble. That's right, she's nobility. Vigilance, Ward 3. Ooh, it's gonna be tough to hit her. Whenever you cast a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent spell from your hand, has to be from your hand. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the spell's mana value. You may cast a spell from among the mana value less than X from among them without paying its mana cost. Okay. Oh, cheating spells, Ernesto. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. I think that, and I'm not just joking here, I think the fact that you can cast these things and cast other things for free, I don't know, I wish Hydra was a part of this pool, because all the Hydras have like X cost and you can dig as deep as you want, but this is fine. This is like a C.
I'd say it's D for deep.
D for Sovereign of the Deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna say B only because I need to stick with my C cannot go into casual.
I need you to play this. Yeah.
This is B.9. It's
Okay.
basically it's casual, but since it cheats things, and I said cheating cannot go into casual, I'm gonna give it a B. And we can also average into a C because we have a D, a C, and a B.
Oh,
I
you know
want to
what?
say it is not cheating if you have to pay 9 mana to play a 7 mana spell, like a bad 9 mana card.
But what if you cheat
a better
the
7
9 mana spell?
I mean, yeah, but it's very hard to cheat in like all the Krakens and Serpents and Octopi and everything. Like, I guess Octavia is a 10 cost that you can play for 2.
Don't forget
That card's
Leviathans.
already great.
Don't discredit Leviathans. There's plenty in Magic's history. You forget.
I'm sure there's some delve random card or also in green.
Right.
Just ramp into them. What do you mean?
Dasfa says, since when is Vigilance in Simic?
Green's had a couple Vigilance cards,
Right.
but
Yeah.
Keywords in colors don't mean anything at this
D,
point.
D for deep for me too. I'm gonna go there. All right, Nesto, you get the fun one.
Monkey. Kogla and Yidaro. True and double gruel. Ape, dinosaur, turtle. Well, 7/7. Oh, it's a big boy. When Kogla and Yidaro enters the battlefield, choose one. It gains trample and haste until the end of turn. It fights target creature you don't control. And then chew and growl and discard him, so channel. Destroy up to one target creature enchantment, shuffle Kogla and Yidaro into your library from your graveyard, then draw a card. I think this last effect is kind of pointless, being realistic. and most of the time it's going to be a removal. This is a casual card.
I wouldn't even say it's a casual card because it's 6 mana for 7/7 that punches one thing. We have like a 5 mana, what is it, 5 mana 6/5 that says whenever anything enters your battlefield, this punches something. Actually, what's it called? Apex Devastator or Apex Ultrasaur or something like that. It's like a 7 mana 10/10 that says ETB, and when this takes damage, you may have it fight something. That's a board wipe. This is just meh.
True. It's the long neck dinosaur thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That card is great.
Right. So people are still stuck on Kiora. Aren't there big untaps and Leviathans? Yes, actually. Like 7 mana untaps, or are there just whales and drakes?
Oh, wait. There's the one with the...
Right. There is the one, the big Leviathan that untaps all your lands.
4 lands. 4 lands. The one that has Surge, I think, that you can sack something to reduce the cost.
Palancron is the most notable Leviathan. Probably the only one you'll play.
Wait, hold up. That actually wins the game.
Does it win the game, though? Okay. Oh,
if you fight that Palancron, just win.
Okay.
Just cast the whole deck.
Kagura Yadara.
Oh, man, sorry, yeah.
It's D. Are we just saying D?
Yeah, we can say D for that one.
Okay, this officially D for deep. Okay, let's go back. Palancron. Thank you for mentioning this, gang. And this is the beauty of doing these live, so you can fact check us, because Sovereign of the Deep was getting a D. But for 7 mana Palancron flying, when Palancron enters the battlefield, untap up to 7 lands. For 4 mana, return Palancron to its owner's hand. Okay.
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion.
Never mind. Sorry. Will, you're next. You have the dog.
It being a Leviathan was an illusion, despite it looking like a Leviathan.
We thought we had a combo, but it was just an illusion.
Inkwell Leviathan. I'm sorry. Here, we'll do one more. Inkwell Leviathan. This is no. 9
mana. Inky is a cube card. I'm sorry. I love Inky, but he's a cube card.
Okay. It's still D for deep. Crooks and Kudos.
Yep. Yeah. Actually, do you want to do this one, Patrick? Because I know you love this deck.
I don't love it that much. You can take it away.
Okay.
You're good.
Kroxa and Kunaros. 3 red, white, and black for a legendary creature, Elder Giant Dog, with Vigilance, Menace, and Lifelink, 6 power and 6 toughness. Whenever this enters the battlefield or attacks, you may exile 5 cards from your graveyard. If you do, reanimate target creature from your graveyard. This card it's nice, just because it's really decent stats and keywords and everything, and it will revive a bunch of different things for you, so it's cool with stacks, it's cool with big bomb cards. It's not going to do anything game-breaking. It's not fantastic, it's just very cool, in my opinion. I'd say it's probably a B, just because there's some scary things that you can reanimate, and the fact that it's repeatable reanimate is kind of a bit terrifying, but I'd say B.
This is one of the cards that was announced that has an infinite combo. 2-card combo with Altar of Dementia. Because it's a delay. So this is what's called a reflexive trigger, I believe, right? You do one and then you do the other. So what you can do is sacrifice this to Altar of Dementia, and then when it's in your graveyard, right, it entered the battlefield, trigger on the stack, it entered the battlefield, you may exile 5 cards. So trigger on the stack, Altar of Dementia, sacrifice it, cool. Exile 5 cards from your graveyard, right? And Altar of Dementia puts 6 there, right? It's based off the creature's attack power. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So the whole concept for Kroxa and Kunaros, and why some people are saying it's a S in the comments, is the fact that it's a 2-card combo with something that you can run in your list, and you're in Mardu, so you have a way to tutor it. Ernesto.
D for dog.
D for dog?
D for dog. D for dog. This card is unplayable. Because the requirement of having to exile 5 cards from your graveyard to do anything of relevance, and you have to cast 6 mana for a reanimate. Sure, you can get any turn, but why not just play reanimate the card and just win with something else? Just reanimate Rasaket and win.
Okay, so in defense of Kroxa and Kunaros, this is So generally speaking, like Rakdos are like that's minimum for an Adnos deck to be effective. You want to be in Rakdos. Here you're in Mardu, so you have white, so you have the benefit of some protection like silence effects and some good recovery effects. You're going to do an Adnos strategy here to get the ball rolling on Crooks and Kuneros. Who are we kidding? It's 6 mana. You're going to have to Adnos, fast mana, ramp, play Crooks and Kuneros, play your Altar of Dementia, and then carry on the line. I can understand where everyone else is coming from, but and just to give Crooks and Kuneros the benefit of the doubt, yes, you can make this a good Adnos deck. You're just inherently in the colors, but I will state: are there better Adnos decks?
Mad Farm.
Right.
Mad Farm. Just play Mad Farm over this.
Right. It's tough to say because this is just another flavor. It's like when we built Slimefoot and Sweet together on the channel. It was like it's another flavor of Adnos. Does this really lend itself to being a better Adnos deck than any other deck? Like we played 2 test games in that video, and I was able to pilot it to a win on turn 2 both times. And it's like, yeah, but like it's just playing Adnos. Like any deck you throw Adnos in, you could probably win on turn 2. You know, except it's just a different flavor of it. Like it's some weird reanimate goblin strategy with
the only reason why
Slimefoot and Squeer better than Crooks and Kuneros, I would say.
But the only reason why I will say this card is borderline Adnos playable is that it hits hard, hits like a truck, and it has lifelink. It's the only reason I will say I could consider it as an Adnos. I will never in my life play this over Jessica Timna, meaning Mad Farm. So, sure, Doggo is a good boy, but no.
Yeah,
I'm
willing to bump mine down to C, just basically because of what Ernesto said. So fair, I'd bump mine down to like C because people can do fun stuff with this in casual. Just reanimate big dumb stuff.
So I'm seeing Breach as a deck, right? And then this is a little bit more difficult than Breach, but I'd put it at B. Not crazy, but escaping any creature is good. With Alter, you mill yourself until you have combo in your graveyard and win. Correct. And that's what I was trying to illustrate there. Definitely check out the live stream version of the deck. We do the thing there. B for Breach wannabe. B for a Breach wannabe. I think this is a good card, but worse than Jessica Timna. Right. So B or A, you can find the artifact easily. Well, you say artifacts, but so far as the actual win con or the combo card, the 2-card combo is Altar of Dementia. And mind you, it's 8 mana setup. Right. And you're kind of short on protection in these colors outside of the silence effects and a few redirects. Right. And also you are sacrificing Crooks and Kuneros to get this strategy going. So your deflecting SWAT is going to be offline. B is reasonable. Maybe C, that Elder Synergy. I feel like this is one I could turn to the audience and you guys would have a different opinion than us. I would say that I don't think it's A. It's in 3 colors, though. Like, inherently, you're going to be able to do more, but Mardu's not one of the stronger color pairings.
It actually is. Mad Farm is a really, really good deck. It's scary. That deck is scary.
So just generically based on those colors, would you say that this gets a bump?
This card is unplayable. This card is a D, definitely a D. Because you're competing with Timna. Timna draws your cards. The dog doesn't do anything. It doesn't even fetch you a bone. You have to pay to get your bone.
But is this worse than just another food chain commander, right? Speaking of Baborjos and Fibblethip, well, that the only difference being that, you know, this commander specifically draws and is in Teamer. You know, it's interesting. So, because we rated Bobby pretty early on, do you guys feel like, and this is to you, Ernesto and Will, do you guys feel like this is better or worse than Bobby? Removal draw, and then
Bobby's way better because Bobby's actually going to be consistently drawing stuff. This is rarely going to be reanimating something, and even then, you need to have that thing in the graveyard that you really care about. And I get that you can have a 1-card combo with the altar, but like compare it's 8 mana. Compare that to like Godo, which is 3 more mana, but still way faster and way more consistent because you don't need an extra card. Like that high mana input makes this card kind of not good for that combo. Yeah, I think that's fun in casual. It can do a lot in casual, but it doesn't do a lot in cEDH.
All right, I'm gonna leave it to a poll. I'm kind of in C range. It sounds like the audience feels like it's more B territory, just by virtue of the fact that you have the colors, you have a 2-card combo, and this might not even be agreeable for you guys. Like this poll here, I'm only saying B or C. I'm with the gang here though. I don't think it's an A territory. I feel like there are better lists doing the same thing. Someone was even suggesting just Thrasios and Dargo. Yeah.
I love that deck. That deck is so fun. You just
it's good.
neoform your Dargo into a Tidespout Tyrant and win.
Right. So Bobby is better. It's food chain breach counter. Yeah. Food chain. It's a food chain list. It's a breach list. And again, it's a dockside list, right? It's like it really benefits from just having dockside infinite mana, right? Having an outlet in the command zone for a very playable card and a very playable combo that's very tutorable. Dockside Tamir Sabertooth, like it's just better. I agree. It's weird. Like Bobby, like in hindsight too, because I didn't think very much of this card until we discussed it today. But are we going over Slimefoot and Squee Mordai? We will be. But I think I'll let this poll run for a little bit. I'll come back to Crooks and Kruneros in a second. I think it's fair for us to move on. And I will take on Nahiri, Forged in Fury. For 4 generic, Boros, 5/4, Legendary Creature Core Artificer. When we're done discussing her, I'll end the poll on Crooks and Kruneros, so get those votes in now. Affinity for Equipment. Okay. Well, I guess we know what we're doing with this Boros list. Whenever an equipment creature you control attacks, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. You may cast equipment spells this way without paying their mana cost. We got so many ways to cheat spells between these two sets. And I love one of my favorite pet cards in white is Sigarda's Aid. You get to cast auras and enchantments for free, or with flash rather. I'm looking at this. You get to cast them with flash, and whenever an aura, or rather an equipment enters the battlefield, you can attach it to one of your creatures. So this works really well in tandem with Sigarda's Aid, despite not being able to find it too effectively in Boros, because whenever you attacked with a equipped creature, you can, if you did your top deck, your Enlightened Tutor to put I think the biggest spell you can, you'll be able to cheat it out, right? And equip it with something like Sigarda's Aid. Any auto equipment or auto attach effect is going to be really good here, and there are a few in these colors. So like top deck the thing, put it onto the battlefield, use it. Nahiri should be easy enough to cast if you are playing like a Voltron style build. Is this any better or worse than any of the currently existing Boros equipment leaders?
Are there any?
Are there any? There's the other Nahiri. Or there's the what's the? I built a list for one that I enjoy, but I'm sorry.
Cole is, I think, the best Boros equipment commander, just because it does dockside loops with a skull clamp or something like that. Can't remember specifically what he does, but I know that Cole is like what people go to as the highest tier equipment commander for Boros.
Right. So there was the the what's her name? She was a previous partner, and then they made her again. Akiri.
Arden.
Well, there's Akiri that does it. I feel like any partner pairing with Arden's probably better.
Yeah. Let me also say, what are the biggest equipments that you'd want to cheat in with this anyways? And it's like
Kaldara Complete.
Yeah, Kaldara Completed, and then Batterskull. And then
nice.
It's like that's really nice, but it's 2 cards in the deck, and it's not like instantly win if you hit them. So I'm like,
Yeah. Like, what do you? I would do an Embercleave. So I'd put an Embercleave down. That's a fun card.
I will say that this card is not that bad because you guys are focusing too much on the equipment. But this card pseudo draws, and that is not a small thing. That is not I will say, I thought it was bad because it could only cast equipments, but this can cast anything. You can cheat equipment, sure, but you can cast anything that you're flipping.
Right.
It is not a small thing. Boros needs to draw so bad, and this card gives you on the command zone that you can cheat her with random equipments that you don't really need. Like, and you
I
have
think
if you have
it's
Jit,
like a
you have
toast
Jit.
piece.
I think that this deserves the benefit of getting the Ob Nixilis treatment because, like, she still is 6 mana. I think that should have said, you may play that card this turn. It should have said, you may play that card till the end of your next turn. I think that she deserves at least that benefit because
True.
Ob Nixilis, who's far more castable, gets to play the exiled thing. It's like, it's just grossly effective. Where this
True.
is very much true. Like you don't have to, like, it's virtual draw, right? And I agree with you. I think that this still puts her in like a casual range. I say she's a C.
I agree.
My problem is it's just that you need to have an equipped creature attack, which isn't impossible, but you need to go wide enough for that to be relevant, and it just kind of feels like a much worse Toski.
Yeah, people are saying just play Winota. I mean, this is Winota for equipment.
Pretty much, yeah.
World Slayer could be bad. Why? Yeah, I wish she was indestructible. If she was indestructible.
Now,
my
if
God.
she was indestructible, I'd say that's a little bit better. Yeah,
Right.
That-
then you
that
could
would-
do, then you
I'd
could do
agree
some.
with C.
Yeah, you could do some fun stuff. How are you on it, Ernesto? Are you a C as well, or
C.
okay?
C into D, I will say.
C into D. I would say that this is a build around C. I think for a lot of people that this is going to be a very fun casual deck. I'm going to end the, oh my God, guys, can we break this tie?
50-50.
Is it 50-50 on B or C for Crooks and
Yeah,
Kunos? Because
for KK.
it's gonna default to us if you can't agree. In 3,
C.
2, 1.
Oh, they just jumped it. They jumped it the last second.
All right, Crooks and Kunos is officially a B. All right. Yeah, yeah.
Why? Why?
It's
Why?
it's a 2-card combo. 2-card combo.
No.
Two-card
No,
combo.
you need
Yeah,
to
it's
feel your
not like
no.
there's a million 2-card combos that are better in a
I
billion
know.
different
Oh.
commanders.
Nesto,
Just
take
play
on.
Godo. Just play one card. That's it. Oh, I get my girl. Let's go.
You get your girl.
Let's go. Okay. So Narset Enlightened Exile. 1 and Jeskai. Human Monk 3/4. Creatures you control have prowess. Whenever Narset attacks, exile target non-creature, non-land card with mana value less than Narset's power from a graveyard and copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost.
I'm
Look
telling
how
you.
they massacred my girl.
Thoughts? I'm curious. We've talked about this card before, Will and I, but what are your thoughts on Narset?
This is B because she cheats stuff. Which is good. Just good stuff. She just cheats good stuff.
Okay.
That's it.
I-
Like, but if not, I will give her a C because she doesn't have evasion. If she had any kind of evasion, like Menace, basically any of the Jeskai evasion, she will be at least she will be a firm. I will probably an argument for an A. But since she doesn't have evasion and that's it. Like this is a B for me. I want to like her because I love Narset, but in this case, I don't think she does enough to give her an A, even though I really want to.
I'm gonna hard disagree on that one. I think she's an A.
Really?
The reason why is she doesn't need to connect to cast the card. She just needs to attack, which is really nice. But also, you can cast stuff from your opponent's graveyards too. So you can cast that demonic tutor, vampiric tutor, and everything, which is fantastic. On top of the fact that if you just want to go full stacks, you can, and then cast a couple things, and then just beat people for 40. She's really good at grinding out. She is insane at grinding out.
Okay, I missed the part that says A graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually makes her so much better.
I know.
And okay, hold
Yeah,
up.
it's funny was
I'm gonna change her name.
So I just want to state that we made that mistake too when we were assessing this card initially. When we looked at it, we're like, yeah, it's kind of iffy, but it's like, wait, no. You get literally the value of everyone else's grave. Not only that, you say, oh, you play Breach, that DT, you don't get to play that anymore, but I'll use it. Yeah, it's really gross for shutting down strategies too, right? I think that the effectiveness in Narset here, I feel like she's a grindier deck in Jeskai. These are great colors, not for planting your own cards in your own graveyard, but you get to steal some really decent value. I need to see the deck for her, but I feel like she could be a build around A. I feel like someone could pilot. I could see this being a potential A. And this might need to be a poll because I genuinely need to see the list. and I need to see how it plays. Because
I-
otherwise, I feel like it's a little clunky. Sorry.
No, of course. Now that I think about it, she's gross.
Yeah.
She's gross. Any rock you cast, she pumps, and you can get anything bigger. She's gross. You can go rock, swing, get an Abnos.
Yeah.
She's gross.
And the best part is, she doesn't have prowess. All of
She
your
does.
creatures get prowess from her.
No, she does.
Well, no. She gets it as well, but it's
Right.
not just her, is
Right.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
it's
I agree.
everything has it, which is just so insane because play against any black deck. Oh, you're on Adnos? Hit you for 15. Have fun.
I think she's gross.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
like Narset now. Holy crap.
So we have this card is nasty. Yeah, Narset is a B. It looks so good, but it plays clunky. And if you have played it, please feel free to leave a link after this in the comments. I'd love to see like a Narset list and your experience with Narset. This new one specifically. Narset is a B. But you can play her with extra turns, right? You can play her with additional combats. Is one thing I was thinking. There's like plenty of strategies that work in here, but I definitely see this being like a combo stacks deck. Maybe you do some token generation with like your Monastery Mentor. Oh, that'd be really gross. It creates stacking prowess situations, or no? It can create stacking prowess situations. Yes. Feels like a spell dancer in the command zone. Using an opponent's graveyard makes her an A. Give her a few counters and she's an S. She can combo her stacks. Fine commander. You get 2 turns with an extra turn spell.
Yeah, just cast it and recast it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, technically you get 2. You that 1 extra turn spell is 2 extra turn spells. This is true.
She's Jeskai.
And she's Jeskai.
Yeah.
Intuition.
And
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Intuition. And you have the Sevines. What else do you need?
Yeah.
Just intuition.
Great. Oh, Jesus, but intuition just by itself, you're like, which it's the illusion of choice. It's the illusion of choice. You're like, which one are you not going to give me? Because I'm going to get all of them.
If they stop you, just cast something random, swing with Narset, intuition again.
Okay, I'm really pivoting here. Is this okay? So look, without seeing the list, I feel like we can firmly say she's an A.
Yeah, I agree.
Is she a potential S? Okay, and I want to leave
Could
this.
be.
She's the closest to S, I think, so far. But I think that she's still an A, but I think that she's close to an S.
Yes, I can see that.
All right, and I think that we are all collectively landing on A, but I'm gonna leave this to the audience. Is she an S or an A? Narset Enlightened Exile. I think we could probably just firmly plant her in A
Please
for
make it
now,
S.
but
Please make an S, and I will try to work into this list because
I
now I
would,
got pumped.
dude,
Now I'm pumped.
I would love to see this played. I would love to see this played. But yeah, we're gonna put her in A for now. All right,
A for A graveyard.
Yeah, A for any graveyard.
Yeah.
Will, this one's you.
All right. I love this card, but it's definitely not great. But we're going to talk about it. Nashi Moon's Legacy. A black, a green, and a blue for a legendary creature rat shaman with 3 power, 4 toughness, menace, and ward 1. Whenever Nashi Moon's Legacy attacks, exile up to 1 target legendary or rat card from your graveyard, copy it, and you may cast the copy. So, it's a mini Muldrotha, but only for legendaries or rats, and has a little bit of self-protection. D. It's fun, but D.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a D.
Yep.
It's a D for me, dog. Yeah, there's
no,
really
no,
nothing.
it's rat, not dog.
Yeah, sorry, rat shaman to you, sir. There's nothing that really makes me want to play rat tribal more than this. But
I mean, you can cast those planeswalkers again from your graveyard as well, so that's fun. But
That's something. So you do like a little planeswalker synergy here. I mean, Buried Alive, like what I'm trying to think of, like what the thing is you can do here. I'm sure there's a specific rat/legendary Buried Alive pile you can make, but I feel like you're working a little too hard for it. Like the colors are great. I think by virtue of its colors, it could be a C, but I would just recommend you play something else.
anything else.
Yeah, I think you just play something else. All right, Nissa Resurgent Animus. I'm excited for this one. It's 2 generic and a green 3/3 legendary creature Elf Scout landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color. Stop there. It's a Lotus Cobra in your command zone. Then, if this is the second time this ability is resolved this turn, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal an elf or elemental card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So all that's really saying is crack that fetch land you just played, create 2 mana of any color, and then play said elf and or elemental combo card, right? So to me, the way you'd build this, and it's very much a build around B. I'll just cut to the chase. I would say this is maybe a build around B. I don't think it's going to win any competitive tables like an A or an S would, but I do think that as far as mono green is concerned, this is one of the more interesting strategies you can deploy because you're able to ramp very effectively with your command zone. You're going to be playing out ramp pieces, and then you can pull into your elemental combo cards. Let's just say a Shaya, and then any of your elves like your Quirion Ranger, and then set up the combo from there. Plus you're in green, you have all the creature tutors in the world, leverage them to set up the play line. I think it's a build around B.
I'm leaning a little bit more towards A, but I could probably say B just because it's competing with Yisan, and Yisan is still a pretty decent deck. And the thing is, this changed out one weakness for another in Yisan because it is not affected by Opposition Agent or Aven Mind Sensor, but it's affected by counterspells. That's kind of like the give and take that it swapped out.
Right.
Card's really good. The deck that is built around it is going to be pretty good. I'd say a light A.
Interesting. Nesto.
The first thought I have for Nissa was a D, because I couldn't see what was the issue. But then the more you guys were talking about it, I think this is a B, and not much more than that. Because sure, you have the Lotus Cobra effect, which is amazing.
It's super good.
It's so good. It just ramps you so much. The problem is you don't have any control over the cards you get. It's any elf or any elemental. You have no idea which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you have no way of setting it up. Sure, you can use stuff like Scroll Rack or crazy things like that, but you're diluting the deck to try to make just more card advantage. And you just get top 4, 5 being realistic, or maybe top 2, 3 because you're mono green, so you're dumping your whole hand. I don't think this goes much further than B, and even I will probably drop it down to a C, because again, having no control over what you want when you need something specific, it's rough. And you also have to cast the card. Yeah. Which sure, Nissa helps you cast it because she gives you money. Correct. But I don't know. Having no control is rough.
Yeah,
that's
so I think we can probably say B for it then, because I'm on the higher side of B, Ernesto's on the lower side of B, and Patrick is dead center. So B is pretty fair for it.
Yeah, I know. I'm fine with that. I think Nissa is really cool. I would be excited to see lists with her. Again, green is in a kind of a bad spot right now so far as Commander is concerned. You know, there isn't too much of value that people are gravitating towards green for. It's fine. And the combos that exist in green are very clunky to begin with. They're 3+ card combos. So, and you only get to do the search thing once per turn, right? So
I was gonna say that the biggest killer for the card is you can only do it once per turn. That's the biggest one.
Yeah.
Because if you could do it like Salvala that just draw anytime, sure. Let's go.
So we have 15 votes in, 53% saying.
Wait, no. I wanted to make the deck.
Narset's an A. Narset's just an A. That's still okay. I made the deck though. Wait, did I make the deck? Nissa S easy. Nissa's an S. Jeweled Lotus fetch land. Elves do the B ballin' though. This thing is quite average. Yeah. Are we discussing Nissa? Mordai, we just did. We plant her in B firmly. Sorry. We've got Niv Mizzet Supreme though. Oh my gosh, we have so many. Okay.
Nin Mizzet.
And we have Ob Nixilis next, which I feel like will be fairly
Sure,
easy.
Nin Mizzet is a D or C, whatever.
It's 5 colors.
Whatever, skip it.
Each instant or sorcery card in your graveyard has exactly 2 colors, has Jumpstart. 5 colors. Will, D?
I'd probably say D. D for dragon.
D for dragon. Okay, Ob Nixilis, Captive Kingpin. Nesta, I'll let you take this one.
Oh, me? Thank you.
Yeah.
Omnixilis, Captive Kingpin, Chew and Rakdos, a demon, 4/3 flying trample. Pretty good stat line. Whenever one or more opponents each lose exactly 1 life, put counter +1/+1 counter on Omnixilis, Captive Kingpin, exile the top card of the library until in the step you may play that card. Okay, what's the pinger?
Literally anything.
What's the repetitive pinger, I mean?
So
so many.
there's how many? There's like 13 different things that just say when you cast something, ping each opponent or target opponent, which is going to get you another card. But the win con that people have been running is all will be 1. 3 red for an enchantment that says when a counter is put on a creature you control, deal damage equal to the number of counters put on that creature to target opponent. So Ob gets a counter, which deals 1 damage, which gets Ob a counter, which deals 1 damage, which gets Ob a counter, infinite damage.
Mm-hmm.
So Ob can grind, Ob can combo. He just kind of does a little bit of everything. If he was in blue, I would probably snap put him in S just because counter spells.
Matt Robertson says, "Grape shot."
Yeah, also true.
I say mana barbs, like whenever you play tap a land for mana, ping yourself. Mana barbs.
What is also called? There's like Firebrand Archer and stuff.
Tainted Earth, or there's 2 enchantments that there are several. The issue when we were building this list is that there were far too many. One of my favorites though is the Parasite.
Oh, Keen Parasite, I think is its name. Cataract Parasite.
For 1 black, whenever an opponent draws a card, if you control a red permanent, you may have Cataract Parasite deal 1 damage to that player. Ping, I get a card too.
Yeah.
It's again, the issue here isn't are there enough cards to support it. The issue is how many of these must I include for it to be effective. Now, the one thing I'll state about this particular list as I brewed it is that it's extremely mana starved. So you will run Prosper in the 99 to ensure you have the mana sufficient to play these cards. But the benefit here is you have these cards until the end of your next end step, whether you get them on or off turn. So you're building up a pretty gross hand. People are saying easy S here.
I'd give it I'd say maybe an S.
Prosper is an easy S. This is not an S.
You say Prosper is an easy S?
Prosper is easy. Prosper is an established cEDH commander.
Mm-hmm.
it's one of the commanders. Mm-hmm. And I'll say this is not Prosper.
Well, I want to say one thing, Ernesto. If anyone does a fetch land, you draw a card. If anyone gets pinged off their mana vault, you draw a card. If anyone takes damage off of anything, if the Tymna deck swings at anyone, you draw a card. This deck draws so many cards incidentally that you're probably going to have like 15 cards that you can play in a turn.
Right.
Like it is constantly at full
Tymna's a shock though.
Yeah, not specifically Tymna, but if they swing with a dork or something.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The problem is if Omnix is in the board, you play around it. You're gonna play around it, and unless you want to lose, you play around it until you can kill it, and then you can just keep playing the game.
But then you're also playing effects like Pyrohemia, where it's like, are you gonna waste your removal on this Pyrohemia, or are you just gonna let me ping you by choice whenever? You know what I mean? Like,
what I'm saying is, the only thing you need to do is focus on killing Omnixless. The rest of the deck doesn't matter. Because if you kill Omnix, the whole engine is gone, and you have these clunky pingers that don't do anything.
So just to defer to the audience here, because this is kind of a popular card, obligatory mention of all will be 1, Grape Shot, Pyrohemia, Pestilence. I say Ham Sandwich. Add in Prosper and Mayhem Devil, easy. Mayhem Devil's kind of costly, but yes, add Mayhem Devil like whenever permanents remove ping. Right? Walking Ballista, maybe as a win con potentially. Treasure Devil from Ravnica, yes, that one too. Spiteful Visions is nice to add. Grape Shot, draw the deck, sure. Just had 2 top 16s in the latest Chaos tournament, and this was also mentioned earlier. This is an S. This is better than Prosper.
Is this better than Prosper? That Prosper gives you mana to cast the stuff you exile.
Well, Prosper is on screen now, so same cost. 1/4 body, Death Touch, Mystic Arcanum. At the beginning of your end step, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Whenever you play a card from exile, create a treasure token. My thing is, yes, Prosper is helping to fix your mana deficiency, but I could see this, if we're going to say that Prosper is an S, I could see Ob Nixilis being an S, personally.
My argument against Obnix is Prosper, if you exile anything, you can cast it later, 4 turns later. Doesn't matter. Obnix, if it's exiled and you cannot cast it, it's gone forever. You need to get your own Prosper from your deck, and then you can do stuff. But at that point, why are you not playing Prosper? Like Prosper by itself with Tainted Pact, it just becomes so broken.
Yeah, I know.
Obnix, you have to work around it. You need another card to make him ping, and then you can cast the spells.
It's a
Don't get me wrong. I like Obnix. It's a good card. It's a strong card. It's not Prosper.
I think it's a build around S, but I can see where you are calling it an A. Which again, and just to state, folks, like A and S, they're both playable in a competitive tournament setting. That is how this is ranked. S is just supremely playable, always going to be good, top tier, best of its color, best of its strategy. That's S. So I'd say it should be hard to hit S. Oh, damn. That's not what I meant to put there.
My one thing is Ob Nixilis does still draw you cards just by himself because people run things that are going to ping themselves in cEDH. It's very common to see those. So like even if Ob is only getting you like 3 cards in that one rotation and people use cards to kill Ob Nixilis, you don't really care. Like you can just recast him later because your deck is built to be kind of grindy but also kind of fast with a bunch of ramp and stuff. So if Ob dies, you're cool with just replaying Ob later or even reanimating Ob and you just go right back at it. Like the deck keeps going just because it's in Rakdos, so it can either ramp out Ob or cheat him back in from graveyard. So I think it's S in my opinion, just because it does do enough by itself, and then it leans into a strategy to just kind of win the game immediately with a bunch of different cards, or at least get a ridiculous amount of value, which leads into winning. But
so I feel like we're gonna have a tough time here because I'm sort of in the middle. It sounds like Ernesto's on A, you're on S. I'm definitely in the middle. Guys, I have a poll going for this. I could see it being a build around S. Clearly, it's proven itself. It's played in tournaments and has performed well enough to be top 16. So there's something to be said there. And obviously, pending the pilot, it could do even better. Pending improvements in the future, which we can't predict, could be even better. I'm going to leave this in between A and S for now, though, and I'll let you guys decide on whether you feel it's one over the other. But it is certainly one of the most notable legendaries from both of these sets, hands down. It's a very unique strategy, but it does require you play very specific cards, right? And provided you miss them or you're still mana starved, you're just exiling stuff. So I can understand where Ernesto's coming from. I think that it's a potential build around S, and it could get there. Like the consistency, at least with our playtesting, was fine. I can't say that it was better than just ripping an ad naus in any other deck, though, if I'm being frank. But moving on, Will, you want to take on this one?
sure thing. Omnath, locust of all, or locust. Why do I? Omnath, locust of all. White, blue, Phyrexian black, red, and green for a legendary creature Phyrexian elemental. If you would lose unspent mana, that mana becomes black instead. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card if it has 3 or more colors in its mana symbols, in its mana cost. If you do, add 3 mana in any combination of colors and put it into your hand. If you don't reveal it, put it into your hand. This is a interesting card because I know that a lot of people have been trying to brew this for cEDH here and there because It's 5 colors, which is fantastic. It lets you store up some mana, which is very nice, and it draws you a card every turn, and it's basically 4 mana. It's a cool card. I don't think it's breaking any records or anything. I'd say like somewhere between C and B. I'll give it a B just because I have seen the deck work. So I'll just give it a B for that. B for technically black.
I agree with that because I like that you can just cheat, make it 4 mana. On being honest, and at the end of the day, if you just tap out for this or just I don't know, end of turn I didn't do anything. Okay, I tap out and I get black mana. Why not? Just keep getting mana, which is not bad. It's like the OG Omnath, the green one, which is I like that one. That effect is good, and you get cards for free. So I dig it. I think it's a B. Probably I could probably with a lot of argument into an A, but I don't know about that. Sure, a B for sure. I agree with a B.
Right. You reveal a card with 3 or more colors. Its mana cost. If you do, add 3 mana in any combination of colors and put it into your hand. If you don't, reveal.
To be fair, I think it doesn't specify it has to be different mana colors.
Right.
Could be triple blue, triple white, whatever.
I mean, I just by virtue of the fact it's in 5 colors, I could see it being a B or an A. And then the real question is whether you should be playing this over something else, right? I think that it's fine. I don't like where the trigger is. It's a B. I think it's a B. And there are better 5-color commanders.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and that's fine. Like it's totally fine. And you might be proven wrong. I'm sure like that someone can pilot this to great success. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. I'm gonna end the Ob Nixilis poll in 3, 2, 1. Nissa can search it. Yeah, Nissa can search it. So with 15 votes total of our 30 viewing audience, what's wrong with you people? 60% said Ob Nixilis is our first S tier.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I'm not against it. Like,
I just think that
the results are there. Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, there he is. You got what you want. Are you happy?
No, I want the Narset as an S.
I want Narset as S too. Ortheon, Hero of Lava Brink. For 3 generic and a red, 3/3 legendary creature, human soldier. Pay 1 and a red, tap, create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control. It gains haste, sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step, activate only as a sorcery. Boo! For 6 generic and triple red, tap, create 5 tokens that are copies of another target creature you control. They gain haste, sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step, activate only as a sorcery. All right, for mono red, D?
D for dog.
It's reeky jeeky. It's bad.
It's bad. It's bad.
The one meme you can do, reanimate not reanimate, but copy combat celebrants with enough dorks, and then you can combo off. Just use Kiki Jiki.
Just use Kiki Jiki. Okay. I think we can all agree on D for just use Kiki Jiki. All right, Nesto, PNLR.
Here. PNLR, Boros. 2/3. Oh, that's a pretty good body for 2 mana. Human Artificer, doctors you control have haste. Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, create a 1/1 colorless doctor artifact creature token with flying. The card is horrible. By itself, it's horrible. But in the 99 to make tokens for something, because obviously, like, you need something else to play from exile. Probably, like, I don't know, like
Prosper.
Light up the stage. You cannot play it in Prosper. Light up the stage or random crap like that. Sure, it works. But again, it's for the 99. This card is not to the hell. And I will give it a C because it doesn't do any effect that I care about in competitive.
Okay. Where are you, Will?
I think it's a D. Like I even have trouble using it in casual for a lot of different things because play from exile isn't always even in Boros.
Mateus says good in Winota. Sorry, not to cut you off. Good in Winota?
Is it good in Winota? Because you exile the cards and you put it into play, you don't cast it. Oh no, but it makes the thought. But it doesn't really make the Thopters in Winota. You're never getting anything from Exile in Winota. I don't think it's good. I think I'd say D.
It's a D from me, dog. All right. Plargan Nasari. Well, I think this is you.
Yep. Plarganasari, 3 red for legendary creature Orc Efreet. 5 power, 4 toughness. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. An opponent chooses a non-land card exiled this way. You may cast up to 2 spells from among the other cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. It's a budget Atali that guarantees that you're always going to hit a non-land from each player, and it can disrupt decks. This is a cool card. I wish it did a little bit more though. It could, like, it's a C or B maybe, but this is the first time where I'm like it's either like a B or a D. It's somewhere in that range for me.
I will say I agree with your assessment because it's a B in the 99 and it's an F at the front, at the helm. Because it's a decent payoff when you want to do like stacks, you want to slow the game, and this
Right.
just allows you to gain card advantage, which is not even your own, it's their card advantage, so you just don't care. And I mean that's it. Like,
Yeah.
you play cards for free. You get a B on this.
And you're playing the second and third best card exiled. They always choose the first best card that's exiled and say you can't play that, and you're not playing the fourth best one. So you're playing the second and third best card exiled off of this effect. So,
Hopefully they have bad assessment and you get the best card exiled. It sounds like we're giving it a C because it has potential in the 99. Is that accurate?
Yeah, C to kind of split the difference.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's a good effect in a low CMC. Oh, no, don't. If you're watching this, if you just jumped into the video right now and you see me placing Plarg into Sorry at C, I'm not saying you should play it in casual. I'm saying it's potentially decent in the 99. Don't make this your mono red commander. Moving on. We have Pelakronos Reborn for triple green, 4/5 legendary creature Hydra Reach. Look, we're in Selesnya. Got another one for 6 generic. And a Phyrexian White. Transform Pelakronos Reborn. Activate only a sorcery. Sorry, boys. And you get this vomit-spitting Hydra Pelakronos Engine of Ruin. Legendary creature. I didn't really look at the art, but he's just like projectile vomiting blood at whatever is in front of him.
Turkey Hawk Hydra.
Yeah, Turkey Hawk Hydra. 6/6 reach lifelink. Whenever Pelakronos Engine of Ruin or another non-token Hydra you control dies, create a 3/3 green white Phyrexian Hydra creature token with reach and a 3/3 green and white Phyrexian Hydra token with lifelink. Ooh, that's right. Get to play your favorite Wormcoil engine, except Hydra this time, in the command zone, except in Selesnya and not colorless.
And not Death Touch.
And it is not Death Touch.
This
is a D. This is a
dog.
This is a D. There's
D
better
for,
Hydra tribal commanders.
Right. D for Hydra. D for Hydra.
Yeah.
All right. Quintoria's Lore Master, a favorite in the search analytics, apparently, for the channel. People are looking this card up. Nesto, do you want to take it away?
Sure. What? I get all the Boros ones.
Sorry,
Quintorius.
man.
Okay. Quintorius, Lord Master. 3 Amboros. Elephant Cleric, 3/5. Vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, exile target non-creature non-land card from your graveyard. Create a 3/2 red and white spirit creature token. 1 Amboros, untap it, and sack an spirit. Choose target card exile with Quintorius. You may cast that card this turn without paying its mana cost. If that spell will be put into the graveyard, put it in the bottom of its own library instead. I want to like the card, but there's so many hoops.
I know. It is a D for me. I wish it like exiled the card with a counter on it, and then you could cast the cards with the counters on it. Because if this dies, you lose everything that was exiled. Sucks to suck. Hate it. It's sad.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a Q for Quintorius. I don't have too many thoughts. You guys can hit
It
me up.
has so much potential.
Yeah.
And it's all squandered just between the cracks. It's so close. It's so close to being cool.
What if you at the beginning of Endstead. Oh no, this card is dog. No, this card is horrible. I thought it was an ETB. If it was an ATV that you make the dude,
Yeah.
ATV and end step, that would make much better because probably you can cast it, get the trick on the stack, then blink it. You can probably get another instance of the same thing. So it's 2 spells. But this case, nah, I can't like it. I want to, but I can't.
We have
Yeah.
a D. We have D from the audience. L for Lore Master. Yeah, we agree. D for Dogwater. Moving forward,
L.
it's an L. Who read
From
that?
your
Oh, that was you, Ernesto. Take it away, Will.
All
Wait,
right,
what?
we got
Rankling?
Rankle and Torbrand, my two favorite boyos. White, or sorry, not white. One black, red, legendary creature, fairy, dwarf, 3 power, 4 toughness, flying, first strike, haste. Whenever Rankle and Torbrand deal combat damage to a player, choose any number, or choose any number. Each player creates a treasure. Each player sacks a creature. If a source would deal damage to a player or battle this turn, it deals 2 more. I love this card. It's very fun. It's very dumb. It can do a lot of fun and dumb things, especially with extra combats, letting you stack that third ability so that your pings are dealing 9 damage. It's only good in casual, if that. I'd say C. I can understand the argument for D.
Yeah,
Honestly, yeah.
it's yeah. It does things as soon as it's cast. It's only 5. 5 doesn't seem that rough. It is a lot of colored mana. But yeah, it does a lot of chaotic things in a casual setting. I would give it a C. I would give it a
It
C.
does take out those bomb cards with
I'm
the
gonna
everyone
say-
stacks.
I want to say one thing.
Uh,
Grape shot with this dude, it's scary.
mm,
Yeah.
but
Grape
is
shot
it,
is scary.
but is it as good as a grape shot in Up Nixilis?
Hell no. Hell no. What do you mean? No.
Okay, that's fair. Rocco or Rocco? You guys tell me. Rocco,
I think people have been calling him Rocco.
like the guy from Modern Life.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Naya, 2/4, legendary creature, elf druid, serving up that cake, or tofu cubes with skewers. I don't know what's going on. At the beginning of your end step, each player exiles the top card of their library until your next end step. Each player may play that card they exile this way. D. Whenever a player plays a land from exile or casts a spell from exile, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and create a D. D. D for
D.
druid. D for druid.
Group hug is no. G for group hug.
G for group hug. I hate everything about this card.
You're
Well,
not alone.
okay. It also looks like a tiefling, but I guess it's an elf druid. So
See, this card ruined the image of the other card for me because this is the second Rocco we had. And at first I thought Rocco was just a dude looking down at a cookbook like this. And then I saw an in-depth version of the art after seeing this one, and he is terrifying. Like, he looks so much worse. If you want to pull that up on stream really quick, just type in
Wait.
Rocco and look at the other art. It is
Right.
terrible.
Also, the other Rocco is playable.
Yeah, other Rocco is fantastic.
Oh yeah, no, this is, and it's funny because this is the uncommon one, right? Like this is a rare.
Yeah.
This is a rare.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This is just straight dog. It's just
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah. Cabretti Caterer. He's awesome. I've seen the list. Like that's good, but yeah, not the one we were talking about today, sadly. Nesto, I think this is you.
I get the good one. Let's go.
You too. Lucky you.
Rona, Herald of Invasion, 1 and a blue, 1/3. Whenever you cast a legendary spell and tap Rona, then tap loot and 5 and Phyrexian Black transform, only as a sorcery always. And then on the flip side, we have Rona Tularian Obliterator. Trample 5/5. Whenever a source deals damage to Rona Tularian Obliterator, that source's controller exiles a card from their hand at random. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield under your control. Otherwise, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. I like it. At the hell? No, not even close. But it's a good looter that just can grow into, I'm gonna kill you now because 5/5 trample, and can also, if you block it for some godforsaken reason, she takes your hands.
Yeah.
So, I just want to say, this is actually an A-tier deck. Weirdly enough, not for a reason you would think. It has nothing to do with the backside. The backside is completely ignored in cEDH.
The looting.
Yeah, so people, it's not even the looting. not the looting. It's the first effect. Yeah. And the reason why is if you use Banishing Knack or Retraction Helix, which are the instant targeted creature, it has tap to return a permanent to its owner's hand. You mix that with Mox Amber or Mox Opal, and you make infinite mana. And then you can, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it. I love all about this. And you're in blue black, so you can just go fast as Oracle. Love it. I love all of this. I love it.
So it's A tier because that's a combo that you can run in the deck, and as the looting, and it can occasionally loot more than once a turn, and you're in Jameer.
Yes, and she's cheap, so if you kill her, okay, whatever, whatever.
So
again.
So A tier.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well, look, so there's also the other sub strategy of like pinging her and casting your own shit, right? But that is hilarious.
Yeah.
And getting blue black.
It's not even like it's not even like a hard build around A. It's like it's not difficult to get there in Dimir. It's not difficult to get there. Literally, you're spending 2 mana on her. She's turn 1 playable. And then you literally tutor up the spell that you could practically cast right on the spot. And then then like you were saying with the Mox Amber, like if you used Mox Amber to pull her out on turn 1, or I guess that would be what was used to get your Vampiric Tutor out. You have the combo right there. It's an A for that. That's so goofy.
It's just really good as a utility commander and has that. So
yeah. That's and let us know in the audience. Have you heard about this particular build for Rona? Are you playing Rona? Is Rona just strictly an A for you? Do we have this wrong? Should she be S? I don't. Probably not.
I don't think it's an S, but an A.
Oh yeah.
I can dig it.
That's so funny. I like it as an A. We could probably move on. That's so funny.
I did not expect this. I didn't even think about that line.
No,
it's so good.
But yeah,
so good.
The legendary Untapped, because is it just Mox Amber, or what other legendary zero cost?
Amber and Opal. Amber and Opal are the two.
Which you're going to run in the deck anyways. Right. Yeah. I would look them up. But that seems so fun. That seems so fun and dumb. I love it. And obviously this is also something that could just work reliably off an Adnos too if you wanted to set it up. So
you can run Seeker lines. You can run like so many things.
Yeah.
You can even run Reanimator because she loots the stuff.
Gross. This plus Retraction Helix. Thank you, audience. Gross. It has mana combos. Yep, mana Mox Amber. Thank you. You can also run her with Unctus Grand Metatech. And it's in Adnos. Yes, it is in Adnos. 100% playable. Did you read that one? Am I on Simud?
I think Ernesto read that one.
Go for it.
You can take Simut though if you want, because you've brewed Simut.
Sure. Simud Vizier of Noctamun. For 1 and a Gruul, 2/3, legendary creature, human, warrior, cleric. That's right, filling up all the positions in your party. First strike, vigilance, haste. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, if that creature entered the battlefield this turn, draw a card. That's right. So hold off on playing those Ragavans until you get Simud out, and then dash, my friends. Simud gets to draw as soon as she's cast. Any tokens that enter with haste, or any tokens that enter tapped and attacking, yes. This is very good in the body of Najeela, potentially. Like, as soon as you play this for 3, and you're swinging like 20 warriors, provided they deal combat damage to a player, you'll draw for each one that did.
It's also a warrior.
It's also a warrior, right? And she will add to the warrior count as she swings, but she has haste. I think just by virtue of the fact that she is playable in a competitive list, and like and reasonably so, like I would actually consider playing this in Najeela. Are there better things to do? I don't know. In a grindy game like this will help you with the draw. I think that I struggle to say A, but I would say B. She's playable. Like as her own commander, she's fine. In the body of the 99, she's also good. Yeah, I'd say she's a B.
I wouldn't just test her in Najeela. I can see the potential, but right. I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on it because if you're swinging with the warriors, you're kind of winning. You're already kind of winning if you're swinging with warriors.
So this is like win more
yeah,
for you.
Yeah. It's kind of like a win more scenario in that sense. Also, that the line that says the creature enters the battlefield this turn, that's a rough line.
Right.
That's a very, very rough. Even for Najeela, like
Yeah, it's too situational. It's too situational. It feels
That's
rough.
my only issue with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to like Samut, but I think she's more of a C.
That's interesting. Matthias says Samut in Najila has drawn me so many cards. I'm curious to know, Matthias, I'm outing you. Do you feel like it's been win more in those situations, or has it helped Pilot listen to a win? You know, I'm
But
very
if you change Samut for any of the creature card damage card like Edric or any of those things, would it be the same card, or can this be like an improvement or another way to draw cards? It's mostly that's my question, because what are you running this over?
right.
Yeah, because sure, she draws cards 100%, love it, love drawing cards in Agila, but again, what are you cutting for this? If you're
It's
cutting the other cards,
the Mindblade render in Najila, says Matt. If you're on Mindblade
I
render
can see
still,
that. I can see that though.
Yeah.
I can see that.
No, that's a clean replacement. I'm sorry.
I can see that. Yeah.
And Will, I don't think you've talked on this yet. I'm sorry.
I'm good with like a B on the card just because it is good as its own commander in general and it can do a lot of things. And I think it's a good tech card in Najila, but I'm kind of on the same train as Ernesto here, where if you have a creature tutor, you'd rather hit one of the like 2 or 3 creatures that say win the game if you're playing Najila.
Trevi and
instead of doing some of it. But it is still a really good card because if you make 4 tokens in combat, you draw 4 cards, pay 5 mana, make 8 more tokens that draw you 12 cards in total because you still have the 4 tokens from before. So you just drew 16 cards in a turn because of Samut. So I'm like, it is just really good in Najila. I don't think it's like a new insane staple in Najila, but it's really good in Najila.
So Mateus says, proved and tested. Turn 1 Najila into turn 2 Samut has consistently is consistent and has drawn me 4 cards. And obviously it scales from there. So
I mean, bro, if you're doing turn 1 Agila, you're so far ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
You're so far ahead. Let's be realistic. Sure, Samut in that case is win more. It just solidifies that you're winning because turn 1 Agila, it's so strong.
I would say as a commander itself, it's probably a B to a C, but the fact that it's playable in a good list, I'd put this in B. Are we all in B?
Yeah, I'm good with B.
Yeah.
Okay. And moving forward, we have Sarkhan Soul Aflame. Will, we technically skipped you. Do you want to take this?
Sure thing. No. I can do the next one because then I get the 3rd Praetor in a row.
Oh yeah, we're messing that up. We don't want to mess that
but
up.
you were complaining that you didn't want all of them.
This
is your way of skipping, and you want the punishment?
We have to. It's the meme at this point.
All right, sure.
All right, Ernesto, take us away.
All right. So, Sarkhan Soul Flame 1 and Isid for a 2/4. That's a big body.
Yeah.
Dragon spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever a dragon ETB is under your control, you may have Sarkhan Aflame become a copy of it until the end of turn, except his name is Sarkhan Soul Flame. It's legendary in addition to his other types. I want to like the card, but the problem is limiting only to 2 colors dragons. Sure, most of them are red, but only 2 colors. It's kind of rough. It's a bit rough. I don't know what's the good stuff you can do with this. The Dragon Mage, I guess.
Yeah. Wheel D for dragon.
Why isn't this Teamer?
Oh, Teamer would have been. So
We've had Teamer Sarkhan.
It's so much
creature
better.
deck with green is good. Why?
Yeah. Yeah, they're really denying us here. Like this feels like it wants to be Teamer too. Like this doesn't fit into the Isid catalog as like a decent legendary. Maybe in the body. I got nothing for this. Like I looked into any sort of dragon combos or any cool like 2 card like setups you can do with Sarkhan, and there's really nothing. It's rough.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's a D for dragon for me.
Yeah, agreed.
Yep, I agree.
All right, well, keep it alive.
All right. Yeah, keep the meme alive. Field Grid. 3 black for a legendary creature, Phyrexian Praetor, 4 power, 5 toughness with menace. When Shieldred enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature or planeswalker. And also you can pay 4 and a black to exile Shieldred and return her transformed if an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Flip side is a saga that says 1. Each opponent destroys up to one target creature or planeswalker that player controls, or for each opponent, destroy up to one. 2. Each opponent discards 3 cards and mills 3 cards. And 3. Put all creature cards from all graveyards onto the battlefield under your control. Exile this and return this as Shieldred. So my initial thoughts on the card were it is a decent black grindy commander because the discard 3 actually hits really hard, even in cEDH, because if someone gets Hellbent, they're just ruined. And then I realized the fact that the third effect exiles and returns her, where she ETBs and then each opponent has to sacrifice something.
Mm-hmm.
This card is brutal, especially considering the fact that for the flip or the like flip condition that she has is someone has to have some cards in graveyard. That's not hard. There's usually going to be like one person who has around 8 cards in graveyard. If you're assisting them even a little bit, they have 8 cards in graveyard. And you just keep flipping her and running people down. And if anyone ever kills Shieldred, reanimate. Or just recast her because you're in black and you're probably going to be able to ritual into her again. I don't think that she's insane or anything, but she can do work. I'd say probably B.
She's definitely one of the better Praetor. Okay, she's better than Elishnorn and Jin Gataxias at this point. She is better as a commander than those two because her effects play really well into a strategy with her in the helm. I think the 5 to play her is easy. I think it's not a 5 cost do nothing either, but I don't think it's doing enough. I think the 5 to flip her is fine. I would almost put Urabrosk in A and B, and I would put Shieldred in B or C. I think she's fine. Obviously, this plays well as a grindy deck, and it's black, so it's like you inherently have really good tutors and effects that can get the ball rolling on a Shieldred strategy. I don't hate it. It's a B. So far as mono black is concerned. And that's speaking very highly.
So what are your thoughts, Ernesto?
I think, as a general, she's D.
Aw.
Because you're mono black. Mono black has serious issues.
Mm-hmm.
And this doesn't
Fair
help you at all with the mono black issues. Yeah. What is black good at? Killing things. This kills things more. It doesn't do much more. And if you flip her, she dies through any naturalize, any disenchantment effect, or whatever. And she's slow. And if you kill her once, 7 mana is rough. Even if you're in black, it's rough. Sure, you have the combo coffers with Urborg, which is insane for ramping. But if you don't have that combo, it just flops. So, that being said, in the 99, I think she's a C because she does cool stuff. But at the hell, she's a D. Because it doesn't solve black's issues that you need card draw.
Yeah, mono black is really rough to pilot.
This is the closest to a mono black stacks deck that we're probably ever going to have, though. In
Yeah,
CEDH,
I get that.
if we
I get
want to
that,
try to
though.
make something work.
There wasn't one that also almost banned. That
braids.
No. That's the one that is banned. I'm talking about that is almost banned. The one that you discard and you can exile and something. You can cast it from there. 5 mana also.
Is that Turgid? What are you talking about?
Turgid. Yeah. That one is better than this one. I'm sorry, but that Turgid is better than Shieldred.
Well, I mean, Turgid is like good at getting value from other people's stuff. Shieldred kind of does the exact same thing because the alt on the saga gets everything back, but then she also just burns hands and fields really, really quickly. I think she's better than Turgid.
Oh, sorry. So the audience mentions Turgid. Turgid loves this. Nobody loves people who play Turgid. Thank you, Turgid. Super fun. I would say let's. I think we could put this in C territory. Are we cool with that?
I'm fine with putting that as
You don't
a C.
flip Turgid.
Sure.
You just keep like the front of Turgid.
Yeah, this feels like a firm see. It's really no better or worse than any other monocolored commander, and it's not really doing much to help pilot for a win. And black does, as a monocolor, is one of the toughest to win with, personally
Yeah,
speaking.
at least this one gives you a board that you can punch people with. That's something.
That's
And
true.
Nesto, I'll let you take the angel, sir.
Yeah, let's go. So Sigarda, Font of Blessings, Chew and Selesnya, 4/4 flyer. Other permanents you control have hexproof. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast angel spells and human spells from the top of your library. And just an angel. Cool. She has the Giada and what was the other name? Errant and Giada problem that is just you're looking at the top of the library and that's it.
Yeah, it's protection and a little bit of top deck playing. You can future sight some stuff out. I think it'll be cool in the 99 of a couple different things just as a protection effect, but there's better protection effects. So I'd say probably D. There are things that do what it does, but better.
Yeah, I agree.
Isn't the angel that also gives you hexproof much better?
Gosh, yes, I know who you're talking about, and her name.
I want to stay in a white. It's even easier to cast.
Yeah.
Whatever. That one.
Yeah, let us know the angel.
Shall I voice of plenty?
Shelly. Yeah, Shelly. Yeah. Shelly's much better than this.
Yeah.
Agreed. We also got the
Moving
new the green snake lady that says your tapped creatures have death touch, your untapped creatures have hexproof, and you can tap her to untap something. That's cool. Also just better.
Yeah, she's gas. Will, take it away. We got Surik and Goreclaw.
Surak and Goreclaw is 4 green for a 6/5 legendary creature, human bear with trample. Other creatures you control have trample, and whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It has haste until end of turn. First off, I gotta say, I this is an S flavor win-wise because we got Surak who went from the bear fighter to the guy fighting alongside bears. Gotta love that.
The bear puncher.
As a card, it's a buffer that gives everything trample and makes your stuff have haste. It's cool. It can potentially see play in some decks that need more haste because it's easily tutorable and a way to give all your stuff haste. I don't think it's great. I think it's probably like super low C at best. I think it's probably closer to D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 6. It's 6 to play. Even in green, that's rough.
Yeah. Maybe Selvala. It gives haste.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I do like the haste enabling, though. I mean, haste is great. Being able to do stuff on play is fantastic. Put a 1/1 counter on it, gains haste on a turn.
Is it better than Concordant Crossroads?
I'm going to give it a D.
Yeah.
But sure, S for flavor. We could put it in the S tier if we want for flavor.
Bro.
Ooh, we got a delicious one here. You guys ready for Tazri's Stalwart Survivor? 2 generic and a white. 3/3 body. Legendary creature, human warrior. Why are you praising a mono white list, Pat? Hold on. Each creature you control has tap. Add 1 mana of any of this creature's colors. Spend this mana only to activate an ability of a creature. Activate only if this creature has another activated ability, of course. For Wooburg, tap, mill 5 cards. Put all creature cards with activated abilities that aren't mana abilities from among the milled cards into your hand.
There are like 8 lines on this card that if you removed one of any of the 8, this card would actually be very playable.
Bro. I agree with this.
Yeah.
This is probably D tier in my opinion because it is blocked by so many of its own lines. Yeah. It is D tier, maybe not even because it's completely unplayable, but just because I'm too infuriated to brew it because there's so many things to have to deal with for every part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why they really just hampered this one so much to the point where it's like, why? Like, why am I trying? This is just unless let us. I mean, if you guys in the comments have anything for Tazri, or if there's like a really cool build around for this 5-color commander, let us know. But it's rough. This one's rough. Or
To be fair,
yeah.
if you remove the 2 lines in the each creature line, the last 2 lines on says spend this mana, blah blah, and activate only, she becomes pretty good. Like really, really good.
Yeah. I mean,
So
at that point,
I
it's,
understand
what's it called?
why they had to hamper her, because she
Yeah.
can get pretty broken. Anyway, Frogger time. Talia and the Kid Rock Monster, 1 and Abzan. Or Junk if you're old school. Human Frog Horror 4/4. First strike Death Touch. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Feature a non-basic lands your opponent control enter battlefield tapped. Whenever Thalia and the Gate Rock attacks, sacrifice a creature on land, then draw a card. So this is the perfect union of Thick Thalia and the old Frogger. Which is, if you remember Frogger, the old one was whenever a land hits your graveyard, you draw a card, which went infinite with the Inkmore Salvage, Inkmore Depths, Waste, something like that. The one with Dredge.
Dakmore Salvage, yeah.
Dakmore Salvage, there we go. That's one. So, but this is the nerf version of the Frog, and that's what kind of kills the card. It's good because it has like a stacksy draws you cards effect. And I like this one a lot in the 99 because it has first strike, it has death touch, so anything that blocks it, it's dead, just dies. And it allows you to ramp because if you draw lands, sure, you can just play extra lands, and you can sack them to keep drawing cards. And if you have a Timna, you draw more cards. And again, I like it on the 99. I don't like it on the Helm. I will give this a B just because of that.
I can agree with that. It has the unholy keyword crossover, which is fantastic, and it does a little bit of stacks, does a little bit of sack stuff, and does a little bit of draw. It does a little bit of everything that you want, and it's not super overcost for it all.
It's good.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say it's like a B. It's just a generically good card. It doesn't get me excited to make it as my commander. I feel like Abzan has a lot of this kind of stuff. It's fine. It's fine. It's a B. It's like none of it's bad, but none of it's really exciting, sadly.
Yeah.
The only exciting part is the flavor. Because it's freaking amazing to see Thalia riding the frog into battle. That's so good. I love it. I love it to bits.
Yeah, it's an A tier for that, but yeah,
well,
it's fine.
A only.
You would say
A tier for the art. Let's go.
Well, A tier for the art. Yeah, I mean, there's even better. This art. Have you seen this art? The store championship art. I love it.
I have not.
Yeah, it looks cool. Go ahead and click on it and check it out. It's worth it. There's like a full art version of this, and you have like a lot of text to remember.
Is that just like freaking? Okay, no, that's even more impressive. Of like Thalia just yeeting a freaking Phyrexian with how hard she's hitting it.
It's pretty dope. But yeah, so there's that. Oh shit, there's a token version that exists.
Oh,
that's
sick.
Amazing. I wish that was a card. Oh, that is a card. I'm sorry. Yeah, the full art is amazing. Oh, okay, never mind.
That's the one that you're talking about.
No, I was talking about the store championship by Pindursky.
Oh no, you're talking about the art card. Yeah,
right. But there's an art card, and then there's the Sammy Mackinnon Human Frog Horror.
So I was on the correct pages with you before, but
okay. As for art,
Yeah. You can do Tyvar if you'd like.
Sure. Belly Boy Tribal. Let's go. 2 and a Golgari for Tyvar the Bellicose. 5/4, a legendary creature, elf warrior. Whenever one or more elves you control attack, they gain death touch until end of turn. That's right, Finn fans. Go ahead and throw him in the 99 of this. Each creature you control has whenever a mana ability of this creature resolves. It does not need to be an elf. Put a number of 1/1 counters on it equal to the amount of mana this creature produced. This ability triggers only once each turn.
There was so much stuff that you could do with like Marwyn the Nurturer or Selvala until you added that last line. It had so much potential up until the last line.
I mean, you could still go into infinite territory with the levels of mana you can produce, right? Like
Yeah,
not possible. Like with your, I don't know, it's yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's a cool way to start up your, what is it, Gyre Sage, or the one that requires having like a
a bunch
+1/+1
of
counter on
Gyre
it.
Stage. Yeah, yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep.
Or there's the other, there's the one that incubates, or no, that's not
Incubation Druid.
incubation druid. It's fine. It's definitely encouraging you to build a certain way. I love the fact that your dorks can flex on your opponents. Like after you've ramped out and you've played effectively the spells you want to play in this list, whatever those spells might be, your elves become really chonky, right? If you're running dorks, which you probably are, and then they become really gnarly death touchers, really, really big gnarly death touchers. Obviously, the combo potential is still here. It is a little hampered. You're in Golgari. It's fine. I would say it's maybe a C. You could build something fun, casual, elf tribal with this. I could see this being a C.
It's potentially a C, just because you can still make like a really big Morrowind or other make power equal to or make mana equal to power creatures. There's some fun dumb stuff that you can do there. I almost want to put it into D, but I think it could be C. I'm on the border there.
Nesta,
Let's
I'll
see.
let you.
Yeah, I think it's a C. I will say it's a D, but it could be a C. It's not much more than that.
Yeah,
Because
you don't.
there's no advantage, there's no value from this. It's just saying like, oh yeah, your good cards get better.
Counters are good.
Yeah.
All right.
All
I shall take
right.
the next two because of the meme.
Sure.
You get the
So-
best one.
To start off, we got Urbrask. 2 red for legendary creature, Phyrexian Praetor with first strike, 4 power, 4 toughness. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Urbrask deals 1 damage to target opponent, and add a red. Pay a red, exile Urbrask and return it transformed. Activate this only as a sorcery and only if you've cast 3 or more instant or sorcery spells this turn. The transformed side is first, deal 3 damage to target opponent and each creature they control. Second, make 3 treasures. Third, it's Past in Flames, but it also hits your opponent's graveyard. So this is a really good card. This is easily the best of the Praetors, without much question. As a commander, this is probably like somewhere close to A tier. I'm not sure if it makes it to A tier, but it's definitely very close, if anything, because you play the Bergy deck, the cEDH Bergy deck, but you just run a couple more instants and sorceries. You get Urbrask out, cast a cantrip, which gives you the mana to cast another cantrip, which gives you the mana to cast another cantrip, pay 1, flip it, and then you wait until you hit the Past in Flames, and then you just try to go off at that point. Sadly, you have to wait until you get the Past in Flames effect, which sucks. But there is a lot of potential here. I'm not sure if it's good enough. I'll give it an A, but I'd totally be fine with giving this a B.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. It's your win con in the command zone, right, with the top half.
Yeah.
There's a way to fast track through the. There's a way to double down on the triggers here and get to, it doesn't have to be a, what is it, Stranic Resonator or whatever. When we built this list, we built in
Proliferator, Stranic Resonator lets you speed through it.
Right. There's a way to double down though and just get to the 3rd chapter very quickly of your lore here. That effect itself is really great, and you're getting the treasures to manipulate those spells just by playing this card, right? Because it's not mana of any color. You do still need to use the colored mana to do the thing.
Yeah, if you want to cast your opponent's stuff from their graveyards. Yep,
right.
Yep.
There's so many ways to combo out though. Like this is the top half of this card is very, very good. It's the issue with this though, and it's what you'll find with Bergy Bergie as well is that you're gonna start running out of cards, and you're gonna start spinning the wheel if you can't get there, right? It's a tricky deck to pilot, and you're going to be left with little interaction for your opponents if you do fail. If you go hard on trying to storm out a win, I think it could be it's mono red. Like, I feel like it's a B. I don't think it could ever really compete at a competitive table. Neither do I feel Bergie can really compete at a competitive table as mono red. Any monocolored list is going to just struggle.
Godo is offended.
Godo's offended. Godo can be offended. I think Godo is very consistent. If left unchecked, Godo is definitely an A. Godo might be the only A in red. I'll say that.
Any thoughts, Ernesto?
I think this is just second Birgie. That's it. Like there's nothing else to it. It's just it's a Birgie that pings you. That's it. You have to read the card as that, which probably can play both side by side for the only reason that Birgie, if you have extra mana for some random reason, you just cast the Horn, and with Urabrask at the side, they just go bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
They just annihilate anything because you just keep casting the stuff, and it gets cheaper because of Urabrask, and you just keep chaining, and just kill everyone.
Mm.
That's the only thing I could say about this card.
Staff of completion. I'm sorry. That's what we did. I'll look at it while you speak. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So I think that the flip side is too ambitious to actually make it work. Like all of these sagas are too ambitious because the first effect is always meh, because it has to be kind of meh, because it's just like when you flip it, and obviously you need to take time and to get to the good stuff. But that's what kills the card, in my opinion, to make it like broken. And being realistic, we're looking for broken. We're not looking for meh, because for meh, there's 30,000 cards in Magic the Gathering history, so we can probably find another meh card. In this case, I like Urabrask at the front. I really like Urabrask at the front. I will give it an A just because of the front, and because it goes side by side with Birgie. And if you cast both, I do not want to be your opponents. Being realistic, right. I do not want to be your opponents.
Would you guys say, okay, well, let's put it this way then. So Staff of Completion, just so that you guys know, this is what I was leveraging to just go on the fast track to just get all the way through the card and then flip it back over and have access to my opponent's graveyards. But it's 3 mana. I'll only read off the relevant effects. Tap, pay 3 life, proliferate. Pay 5, untap the Staff of Completion. You can use the 3 treasures you get from this to pay for this, and then you only have to pay 2, and then you proliferate again. This will get you through the saga end of the card and get you to manipulating your opponent's graveyard. Staff of Completion is made for this deck. Would you guys say that Godo is S tier?
I'd say Godo is probably S tier. Godo and Magda are like actually both very commonly played decks that win tournaments very frequently.
I agree.
Okay, fine. I can see this as A tier then.
Red is weirdly one of the better monocolors out of anything, just because they have a bunch of random stuff that they can use. Like red is weirdly good if you get a good enough commander to build around.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I feel like those lists like Bergie or rather Magda and Godo, they really only they perform well when they're left unchecked. Like to hamper them is simple. You just kill the thing, right? Godo's nice in that he just does it on the cast, and whether you have a solution or not. Like if they play the Treasonous Ogre, you need to have a solution. Otherwise, it just happens. Magda requires a lot more legwork.
But Magda is also a lot harder to deal with because Magda just says, I have 5 treasures. I'll wait for someone to go shields down and win at instant speed. Magda's scary.
All right, Will.
I also do want to just add, because Urabrask does have, I think, the most impactful Chapter 1 saga effect out of any of the Praetors as well. Just because it's 1 mana board wipe somebody.
Right.
That's probably the best that you will get out of any of the Praetors.
That's the thing I don't understand about Urabrask, really, because it is the easiest to flip, and you are producing the mana by way of its triggered effect to pay for the flip. It's like it's too easy to flip. And I don't understand where logic to them that this was acceptable. Like I'm not complaining about this. I just don't understand why it's 1 red to flip this card. When
Because
all
you need
the
to
other
cast
ones
3 spells before that. 3 instant sorceries. And in red, and it's just, if you're doing just mono red,
yeah.
we know rebuilding is rough. So
Yeah.
that's why.
I will state though, like when we were playtesting this, it was not difficult to get there. But then again, you know, like you need to have it built for that, right? So it is very specifically being played for that. Okay. Vorinclex, anyone?
I'll do it just so I can finish the Praetor set. I can leave the last 3 legendaries to you guys. Divide as you choose.
Mhm.
3 green for a legendary creature Phyrexian Praetor with trample, reach, 6 power, and 6 toughness. When Vorinclex enters the battlefield under your control, search your library for up to 2 forests to reveal them, put them into your hand. You can pay 6 green, exile Vorinclex and return it transformed only at sorcery speed. The transformed side is Saga 1, or Chapter 1, Mill 10. Put up to 2 creature cards from among the milled cards into your hand. Chapter 2, distribute 7 counters among any number of creatures you control. Chapter 3, until the end of your turn, creatures you control have pay 1. This creature fights target creature you don't control. Exile Vorinclex and return it to its front face. This card is cool. It can grind a lot of value just because, like Shieldred, it has an ETB effect. So once it finishes the saga, you search 2 more forests. That's cool. It makes your big creatures be able to fight stuff and you can kill stuff, and it draws you 2 cards per turn while buffing your things. This will see no cEDH play ever. This is probably going to be cool and casual. I'd say C.
Yep. The only thing that helps this card is that it puts the creatures in the battlefield, but not the hand.
I misread that. Yeah, you are correct.
That's the only thing that helps the card be actually a powerhouse. Like I would say, oh, that's actually relevant. But aside from that, yeah, I agree with everything you were saying. It's just, yeah.
Little bit of removal, little bit of draw lands, cheat some creatures into play. Good card.
Nope.
Not fantastic, but good.
Super costly. Madra is saying the worst one of the Praetors, and I'd probably agree.
Yeah,
that's
pretty fair.
Worst of the Praetors, yes. I'll do a screen capture of this and share it with you guys so you can have it afterwards. Because I don't know if I'm going to save this on Kapwing. I think I need an account to save it. But I'll do a screen cap so we have this in posterity. But you'll also have the live stream if you want to defer to it later. Nesto, do you want to read off?
Sure. Yaglan Multani. 3, black, green, 18-6. Done. Yeah, that's it. That's the card.
Don't hurt yourself with all that reading. I know it's very difficult for this card.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I missed. Frog Spirit Elemental. Done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, do you want to try to read the flavor text?
So, yeah, exactly.
Sure.
It's like,
I've heard much about you from my daughter, Multani rumbled. There was a time when I would balk at your aid, Phantom, but she has shown me the merit in Orberg's strange ways. Rabbit, replied Yargle.
There we go.
And that was the accurate pronunciation of Yargle's text there. Can you translate that for us, Ernest?
I couldn't judge it there.
Yeah. So we're about to cover Slimefoot and Squee at the end here, I believe. Oh,
wait,
wow.
also,
For some reason, Slimefoot and Squee are just not on here?
Wait, was that the previous set? That might have been the previous set.
Oh my god. No way.
Hold on. Am I crazy? No, it's part of the commander thing. That's why. We're missing the commanders.
Oh, wow. So we have a bonus tier to go through, guys, I guess. Yeah, we were just talking about the sets themselves. Oh my god. Okay, so bonus round.
There we go. Yeah, we.
Okay, yeah.
A lot of them are old, so we don't actually have to cover a bunch of them. I think it's only like 5 more from the commander decks. It's not too bad.
Okay, Yargle and Multani. This is a builder round B.
So yeah, Yargle Multani's cool.
It works.
Yeah.
And so if you watch the live stream, if you know the deck, you can storm very effectively with this card. There are plenty of rituals in this color, namely the best of them all. Culling Ritual sets you up perfectly for the Yargle Multani Storm. We were able to pilot it fresh a list made within an hour in Storm into a win, I think, like reliably by turn 3 every playtest. Am I wrong?
Yeah, and it was a couple of them were really complicated wins, weirdly enough, like
Right.
Ruthless Technomancer buried alive, timing everything perfectly so that we could get a weird setup. It was difficult to pilot it sometimes, but the deck did work very well. And
Mm-hmm.
turns out a 2 mana draw fifth of your deck is a really good effect. So stacking multiple of those, even better.
Yeah, 18, like the mana, 18 mana and draw 18 is fantastic. Obviously, Greater Good is in that list as well. But there are so many, and you don't realize it until you're looking for them. But there are so many effects that let you draw off of power. Although I will state that we ultimately determined that you don't need too many of them. You don't need an influx of them. You just need a select few, because you do have the creature tutors, and the tutors relevant to just find the best or the better of those effects, which is what we wound up doing to get the ball rolling on our strategy. But it works surprisingly well. I would say it's a build around B. I don't think it belongs in this territory. I'm a little iffy on Urabrosk up there even, but I mean, I had a tough time with it. I feel like Yargle and Multani was better than Urabrosk, but I don't know. I don't know, gang. Zimone and Dina? Will?
Sure, I can do Zimone and Dina if we want. Also, I just give me a second because I swapped my thing around like an idiot because I was looking
Oh, you're
at
good.
the commander deck legendaries.
Yeah, I need to pull that up in a second. There aren't too many, are there?
There's like 5, I think.
4.
It's not completely unreasonable.
There,
All
I
right.
sent you the link, Patrick.
Oh, thank you.
So Zimone and Dina, I need to. They're Aftermath, aren't they? No, they're normal March of the Machines. That's why they didn't pop up. There we go. Zimone and Dina. A black, a green, and a blue for a human dryad with 3 power and 4 toughness. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. You may tap and sacrifice a creature, draw a card, and put a land from your hand into play. Tapped. If you control 8 or more lands, repeat this process once. Cool effect, pretty good. You can grind a lot of value out of this. It's near cEDH territory, like where the point that could potentially see play, but it's probably just going to see a lot of play as a cool, grindy, casual commander. So I'd say high C, but C.
Sacrifice
with it.
another creature, draw a card. You may put a land card from your hand on the battlefield tapped.
Eventually,
In a more lands.
You put 2 into play.
Right. If you do control, yeah, C. I would agree with C. We
This goes wild with Opiomancer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, or any obviously any token generation, but Ophiomancer, the one in reference here, it gets to do the thing on every upkeep. So like you just have the bodies to sacrifice. It's pretty gross. I like it. And then obviously you would want some untapped shenanigans. What are we on? Are we on the weird plant thing? I forget what it's called. Are we untap your creatures every upkeep? What's it called?
Oh, Seedborn Muse?
Seedborn
Or-
Muse.
There's so Seedborn Muse does it. You also have the weird fish guy that untaps your blue and green creatures every turn. You also have the landfall enchantment that just says landfall, untap target permanent. So you just get a land into play, untap your commander, get another land to play, untap your commander, play every land as long as you can sack enough stuff. But if you have Bloodghast, you don't care.
Better than Nashi for sure. Okay.
Yes, by a mile.
That's fair.
The bar is so low.
We have Zergo and Ojutai. Wow, Zergo just got demoted power-wise.
And effect-wise.
And effect-wise, yeah. For 2 generic and Jeskai, 4/4 legendary creature, Orc Dragon, Flying Haze, Zergo and Ojutai has hexproof as long as it entered the battlefield this turn. Whenever one or more dragons you control deal combat damage to a player or battle, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. You may return one of those dragons to its owner's hand. Gilded Drake? I don't... Nope, that doesn't really... Nope, I don't see... Nope.
It draws you a card every turn by punching something, and then does nothing else. it is a pseudo dash card because you can
Mhm.
play it, have it hit something, then return it to your hand. But
Mhm.
why?
Because you want the hexproof.
I mean, yeah, but no.
So bad.
Yeah, D. D
D.
for dragon.
D for
Yeah.
dragon. Good job, orc dragon. Okay, so we have
It's
a few
not
more.
Narset.
No, it's no Narset.
Not Narset.
We're gonna revisit the tier in a second too, but where? Okay, sorry, you sent me a link.
Yes.
So I
Yep.
think that if I do this, it's gonna ruin the camera for you guys, though. It's gonna ruin the camera if I have to click on it.
I mean, you could always just go back into the search engine and search up and just change the set. If you go back, it should keep all the search
Yeah. So
parameters.
what is the search? What is the search parameter?
So yeah, so you just scroll down to set, and then you type in commander, and then it should pop up pretty soon because it should be
Commander.
March of the Machines commander or Commander March of the Machines, something along the lines of that.
I'm not seeing it, sir.
What is it called specifically? I typed in and it was
It's a
March of the Machines
mock.
commander. It's
MOC.
MOC if you need to type it like that, but it's if you just type in commander, it should
There
be
we
like
are.
one
No,
of
no,
the
no.
first
You need to add the commander one.
March of the Machine Commander mock.
Yep, yep.
Cool. Cool. Boop. And oh wow.
It's probably easier to have that as the only one because there's a lot of legendaries that are from previous sets and everything that we don't need to cover.
Right. As Adeline old? Yeah, hold up. So what are
Yeah.
the new ones?
Bright Palm. Bright Palm is the first new one.
Sure.
Do you want to read this one, Ernesto?
Wait, Bright Ball. Wait, what? I missed that one. I missed something.
Naya. It's like the 5th card if you just have the commander set thing open.
Right, because all of these are oldies and not goodies.
Really? Wait. This is new? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bright Palm,
Oh, it's
Primaz.
actually that's the other way.
we
Oh,
we
my
were
bad.
asked about Goro Goro as well earlier, so we'll get to Goro Goro in a second,
So
guys.
it's the last 4, you say? Okay, I got Bright Palm. Yes, one Naya 4/3 backup 1. Whenever this creature attacks, double the number of 1/1 counters on target creature. That creature can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less this turn. C. Definitely a C. It's just
Oh.
it's a pumped creatures.
It is a very fun C because if you flicker this, let's say twice, something has 2 counters on it. You swing, the 2 goes up to 4, 4 goes up to 8. You flicker it 3 times, it's 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 12, 12 to 24. You can just kill someone just by flickering your commander.
Which in Naya is not hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fine. I would say it's definitely a casual list. I'm trying to set this up. Someone suggested setting it up by release date, but no, that didn't
At the bottom,
work.
at the bottom. Go to the bottom.
What are you talking about?
Go to the bottom.
Set review?
Just scroll to the bottom. Scroll to the bottom.
No, but like Slimefoot and Squee is brand new. And he's at the very top. And then at the very bottom we have Bright Palm. Like this didn't help at all. Like I'm still seeing old stuff.
Yeah, he did sort by release date. It just didn't work because it's technically those reprints were released at the same time. It's dumb. It's dumb.
It's kind of dumb. Yeah, I would give Bright Palm a C though. We can just go through these manually; they'll be fine. I would say Bright Palm's a C. I think that there are some cool strategies you could deploy here. Naya has better things to do, but Bright Palm's a C.
Yeah,
Easily.
it's a fun dumb beat commander that gives you a little bit of evasion and makes something massive. It's cool.
Man, we got so many legends. I gotta say, Bremos, you want to take on Bremos, Will?
Sure thing. Brimaz, Blight of Oraskas.
Oreskos?
Oraska, I don't know. A Blight of Oreo. 2 a white and a black for a 3/4 Phyrexian cat with, whenever you cast a Phyrexian creature or artifact creature, incubate X, where X is that spell's mana value. At the beginning of each end step, if a Phyrexian died under your control, proliferate. This card is actually pretty interesting, only because KCI runs a bunch of artifact creatures. This gives you free artifact tokens for KCI, so it makes the KCI loops infinitely easier. It's also 2 color, which does make the KCI combo a little bit easier. You're in black, so you can do Wishclaw stuff if you want to do KCI. He's cool. He isn't fantastic. I'd say he's a B, because he works weirdly good enough.
Works
I would
weirdly
say that-
good enough.
I said the consistency of Forzo helps it a lot if you want to do KCI stuff. So yeah, I can see the B on this.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I
Yeah,
agree. I agree on the Oreo boy. I think that
Oreo boy.
the Oreo boy. I think that Yargle and Multani is better than Oreo boy. I'm just gonna keep repping Yargle and Multani as we go through this. I feel like Bremaz is fine. I think the cost of him is fine. I think a KCI strategy is always pretty solid. It does require a lot of moving parts, I will state. But so far as commanders that can get there, I think Bremaz will do it all right. I think that the lack of draw kind of sets him back from a lot of other legends that you'd see in the command zone. But he's fine. I think I don't know, like he's not. Bremaz is only easing the burden of the KCI combo. That's all that's really happening. But if we're really looking at it, you need Scrap Trawler, a Mer Retriever effect, and not just Mer Retriever, but Mer Retriever is the best, and then KCI. So that's 3 cards. You're in Orzhov, so you could bury it alive the KCI creatures +1, and then you can tutor for KCI. Sure. I think that you're going to play a Staxy deck, but nothing that interrupts your grave shenanigans, so you're kind of limited. And you can't play any rule of law effects for this to work. So like I'm struggling because it's in a weird space for the strategy.
Yeah.
I'm more towards C than anything on Bremos.
I do want to add though that it doesn't just make the combo easier because you will get infinite incubation tokens, which at some point in the combo, meaning that you'll have a board of infinity creatures. If you know no one's going to win, that can sometimes just win you the game as the outlet for KCI. So it's kind of also an outlet in the bad scenarios.
Right. And the play the combo and wait scenarios.
Yeah, in the scenario where you can't get there, you still have a board of infinite Phyrexian tokens.
Right. Just hope no one plays Meltdown for 0. Stacks Doomsday, someone says. You know, it's fine. Let me know, guys, if you... I'll leave it to the audience because I'm iffy on this one. But Bremaz, are we saying that Bremaz is a B or a C?
I could see a B because white also gives you silence effects, which is it's good. Just helps you.
Yep. Also some generic stacks.
No,
never bad.
I'll go over Alenda and Azor for 3 generic. And what is this pairing? This is white, blue, black Esper. 6/6 legendary creature vampire knight Sphinx. How exciting. Flying ward 2. Ooh. Whenever Alenda and Azor attacks, you may pay X, white, blue, and a black. If you do, draw X cards. Ooh, yeah, draw big, boys. Draw big. And dream big, too, because that's a lot. At the beginning of each end step, you may pay 4 life. If you do, create a number of 1/1 black vampire creature tokens with lifelink equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. I have not looked over this card. I've never considered this card. I am looking at it now. It's a mythic rare from the precons. I think that the cost of the effect is... The cost of the effect and the trigger and it's so situational. It's a D for me. It's draw, but it's a D.
Yeah, like it is in a very weird position for me because the draw is pretty mediocre, but the end of turn effect is actually what makes me kind of like it because you pay 4 life to make a lot of times like 6/6 worth of stats with lifelink, which is really good if you're doing pay life effects in black, which you're in. And you could totally just do a control strategy where you draw a couple cards, pay life at the end of some turns, make a bunch of 1/1s, and then repeat until you're beating everyone down with a bunch of 1/1s. You can use Skull Clamp for the 1/1s to draw even more cards and make even more 1/1s, and you can just pay mana to draw more cards once you're starting to run low. I think it's cool. I don't think it's going to do anything fantastic.
Yeah,
I'd say like C or D, maybe C, but yeah, I'm not like over the moon about it. I think it can do some cool stuff.
This trigger's just, it's like, I wish you were in green for Cryptolith, right? Or I wish you could, if those creatures could be used for something other than attacking, like if they could be mana producers, then it might help
Phyrexian
you
Altar.
with your Phyrexian Altar. Sure, there you go. Yeah. Or Astronaut's Altar, even better, because you want to pump X as much as possible. But Nesto, where are you at on this one?
Yeah, you just said most of the stuff. The only reason why I will say it's a C, it's because it's a big body, a 6/6 with it flies, so it has evasion, and has protection with Ward 2, which is not bad. And at the end of the day, is just you don't need to, start drawing cards. You just need to make one dude, or maybe two if you cantripped, and then Skull Clamp, and then you just go nuts. You don't even have to use the effect for it. It's amazing if you do it, but it's too expensive. And it's too limited because it has to be when you attack.
Yeah. It's like a 6 mana do nothing though, right? Like that's okay when it's Crom, but he's not even 6. Like
it's too slow.
Yeah,
just
and he's hasty.
I will say Ward 2 does make it a little bit nicer, just all because people aren't going to be removing it that frequently.
All right, do you guys want it at C? I would give it a D, but if you both say C.
I think C is reasonable, because it at least has some kind of potential.
Okay.
It draws you cards, at least.
Yeah.
That's not bad, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. It's gonna go right promptly there. Passable C. Veldin we've seen before. We've not seen this guy before though. Gimbal Gremlin Prodigy, Ernesto.
Yep.
Sure.
Go for it.
Time to be a gremlin. Gimbal Gremlin Prodigy. 2 and Timur. 4/4. Artifact creatures you control have trample. At the beginning of your end step, create a 0/0 red gremlin artifact creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of differently named artifact tokens you control.
Differently named, you say?
Artifact tokens.
Ooh.
That's so bad.
Yeah.
If you could just bad.
If you could just play Mycos and Vladas and make a 40/40, that would be fantastic, but no.
That's so bad.
A build around D?
Yeah, I'd say that this card is a D, but I will say flavor text is an S. You are what you eat, and everything he'd eaten was brilliant.
True.
I love it.
Well, is it an S because we just demonstrated that he's not brilliant, that he's very kind of man.
Yeah. Nothing he ate was brilliant.
I know.
Oh my god. Okay, so Goro and Satoru. Will, your favorite?
Yeah, I can take care of this one.
Or did I'm sorry, am I skipping myself? I don't think
your call. If you want to do it, you can.
I'll do it. This one looks fun. Goro and Satoru for a blue, black, and a red. Another pairing that's eluding me right now. Say it. It's Grixis, right?
Yeah, Grixis.
3/4. Legendary creature, goblin, human. Whenever one or more creatures you control enter the battlefield this turn, deal combat damage to a player. Create a 5/5 red dragon creature token. One or more. So it doesn't matter if you had 2 goblins enter tapped and attacking. You just get the 1 5/5 red spirit dragon. But that's a very big spirit dragon. Sadly, it's not doing anything. It's just sitting there. For a generic and a red, creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. So what's the idea? Are we trying to do extra combats and then give the dragons haste and then go in hard on the same turn? No infinite line is really immediately making it like availing itself to me, but you're in like the part of the color pie for everything else.
Yeah.
So it's like just good because of that. Like it's an A because it's Grixis. But does this legendary compel you to play it over anything else in Grixis? No.
This is a C. This is a C to me. And the only reason it's not a D is just because you can make up to 3 dragons a turn if you hit 3 different players.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do something to try to abuse the heck out of that. So you can make a board of like 6 5/5s by like turn 4 or 5, which is pretty good in casual. So I'm like, it has potential there.
Are you guys saying Fury of the Horde? Are you what enchantment is it? Fury of the Horde?
Only aggravated assault.
So
Fury of the Horde is the one that's enchant creature. When it deals combat damage, sacrifice it, move Fury of the Horde to another creature, and then take an extra combat on top of your stuff.
Right. So
Mm.
you would need
Yeah.
to haste enable though. So you would need a generic and a red, right? But then that would be infinite. Someone's saying Helm of the Host and Combat Celebrant, right? But that's like that exists, you know?
Yeah,
That's already established. That's mono red combo.
Right.
You can just do Fury of the Horde and then just keep paying 2 until you get such a high amount of dragons that you just stop paying the 2 and just go
Breath of
boom,
Fury.
boom, boom.
I'm sorry, it's Breath of Fury is the name.
That's
is that
it.
what you right?
Also,
Thank you.
You don't need it all the time, I don't think, because you can. No, yeah, you need it occasionally. But if you make enough dragons, you can just start swinging them, and then you're paying 2 like every 8 combats or something like that to kill everybody. So
Sure, but
Yeah.
how much mana is that?
a lot. You're still gonna need a lot.
So it's
So
not
it's like-
infinite. It's just an arbitrary large number of damage, but it's not infinite.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so Goro Goro makes the list, but it's
C.
a C, right? Is
C.
there a better Grixis list to pilot?
It's an aggro commander. Like that's pretty much all it is. It's like a viable EDH aggro commander for casual.
Yeah, I think it's really cool though. Don't get me wrong, like I like it a lot. I wish those dragons had haste, and that would have still been fair for it. I don't think it's like a broken card at 3 mana for a 3/4. That's pretty vanilla good. It's fine.
Yeah.
Ooh. We've had him before. We've had that. We haven't had Kasla, the Broken Halo. Who wants to take this? It's an angel. Ernesto, go for it.
Sure. I'm not hype about this one, but sure.
Art's
3 and
amazing.
Jeskai, Angel Ally, 5/4. Pretty good stats actually. Has Convoke. That's these. Flying, Vigilant, Haste. And whenever you cast another spell that has Convoke, scry 2, then draw a card.
To Masticore Death Builder, I'm sorry. Deck Builder. You sacrifice a creature with Breath of Fury, so you don't make infinite dragons. You don't need to make infinite dragons. You just need to kill them infinitely, right? You just Breath of Fury lets you get the additional combats. So provided the dragons had haste or whatever creature, generally speaking, you use it in a strategy that deploys tokens that have haste, and then the Breath of Fury just hops over to the next creature, right? So there's Kiki Jiki lines with it. There's a couple of lines that work with Breath of Fury. You don't need all of the creatures. You just need the select few to kill everyone.
You're also sacrificing a creature to make 3 creatures. So
Yeah.
you don't run out of sack fodder for Breath of Fury. It's a mana problem because you need to pay the 2 to give your creatures haste again to make more creatures. So that's the bottleneck. Paying the 2.
There are better ones. Sorry, not to cut you off, Ernesto, but
Really good. I mean, you could use the Need for Speed and also the red Concordant Crossroads.
Yeah. Gosh.
But
I know
again,
what
don't
you
play
meant.
that. Play much better Grixis Commanders.
Right, I know what you're talking about though. Castle's cool.
I'm sad that Castella's best trait is that it's a good Voltron commander because those are good keywords and good stats, and you can convoke it out for cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yep.
It's good stats.
Is this a D for everyone? I don't know.
It's a
Yeah.
C only because
Yeah.
it draws a card with some combo cards, but that's it. Like,
So
and it's just not really sick, man.
How many convoke spells are you running?
In Jeskai, there's a lot.
Maybe you can get like 6 in the deck that are like not terrible.
Should I Google Cave?
I'll give it a C. Like you can play her, and I think that's fine. Again, like just by virtue of the fact that she's in 3 colors, again, like there's plenty you can do, I'm sure, but it does lend itself to a very specific strategy. She's fine. I wish there was more support for her, like really good convoke cards. Or is there a card that gives like all spells in your hand convoke or something? Like then it's good, I guess, but I can't think of anything off the top of my
There's
head.
the dude that gives artifacts convoke.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
Also, do we want to just run through the last few just because I don't think we're gonna find anything that's terribly difficult to talk about.
No. We can run through.
Steps.
Yeah, we can bang through these for the
Because also, I
audience's
think
sake.
This
we're
set
about to hit
was
the 4-hour mark as well, so I'm like, maybe we should get this done.
What was that? Oh yeah, we can. I can bang through these last ones. Catilda in the air, green, white, blue, 3/3 body, human, legendary creature. Whenever you cast a human spell, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. Snapcaster Mage, enabling in your command zone.
Yeah, it's a Bant Wart instead of the Gruul Wart. So there's some potential where you can double up on a Court of Calling or a Green Sun Zenith to try to assemble a combo. I think it's pretty cool. The one thing is that there's not really any good 2-creature combos in Bant, so sad. But I think the bottleneck is actually more on what exists than the card itself, because the combo that it can use just doesn't exist yet. We can
Right.
put that as like a B or a D or a C. I would not hurt anyway.
How about you, Nesto? You like it?
Safe. Let's just safe. Let's put into a D.
Okay.
This doesn't do anything for me.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
no, I agree. I agree with that. It doesn't do much for me either. Ooh, Kaikar, this sounds really good.
But
Moira and Teshar. I know I really do like this pairing, but a 3 generic and Orzhov, Phyrexian Spirit Bird, legendary creature, 4/5 body flying. Whenever you cast a historic spell, that's artifacts, legendaries, and or sagas, return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Non-land permanent. It gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. If it would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. Get that Bolas' Citadel. Get whatever you want that's non-land permanent. I think there's probably potential here. And it's not even like a build around sort of setup. Like you could literally cast any 0-cost artifact to bring back your, who are we kidding? Bolas' Citadel, right? Or
Razakath or
Razakath
Phyllis or whatever.
Right. So there's some cool reanimate shenanigans here. It's a B?
It's a B or a very funny C, because I will like to point out that if you flicker the creature that you reanimate, it will stay around permanently. So you can do fun beat stuff in casual. You can also just do some dumb combo stuff in competitive. So I'd say B.
Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. If it would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else, though.
Yep. So you're putting it in exile, meaning that it'll put it into exile since it isn't putting it anywhere else, and then it returns as a new instance of the permanent. It works. I looked it up.
Okay, then. That's a cool way to keep your stuff, like, make it stick. How are you on this one, Nessa?
me? I like it. I think it's a B. Because you can do crazy shenanigans, you can do a suicide ball citadel with random crap, and Doom becomes an extremely scary toolbox
Right.
because it's non-land permanent. So you can reanimate, I don't know, anything that's absolutely scary. You can reanimate Razaketh, just go insanely nuts. You can do many things. I don't have silence because of white. Doesn't have blue, so there is no clear Winken. But just the world is a oyster at this point. So I would say it's a B. I would not give it an A because it's at 5 mana, it's so expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was 4, like Teshar costs, it would be really good. I think Teshar is a 4-drop, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Rashmi and Ragavan. Will, do you want to take this one?
Sure thing. 1 green, blue, red elf monkey with 2 power, 4 toughness. Whenever you cast your first spell during each of your turns, exile the top card of target opponent's library and create a treasure. You may cast the exiled spell without paying its mana cost without paying its mana cost, you may cast a spell without paying its mana cost if that spell's mana value is less than or equal to the number of artifacts you control. If you don't cast it this way, you may cast it this turn. It's a cool card because you get to mess with people's libraries and cast some stuff for free. As long as you have enough artifacts, you can just kind of cheat in your opponent's good stuff. My problem with it is that it's go just flip the top. It isn't go until you hit something, and it's only once during each of your turns.
Yeah.
So you can't instant speed in stuff to do shenanigans there. The card's slow. Card's not terrible. I think it's going to be fun in casual, but not going to be doing much in competitive. I'll say C.
Yeah. I give it a C. Yeah, each of your turns really hampers this. Like if it was each turn, it's a really good value engine, because if you really look at it, it's a 4-cost do nothing. Like you don't, it's like if it was the first spell you cast this turn, then it negates, as soon as you play it, it negates itself. You can't do anything with it. and you need to wait a rotation before you can start getting value off of it. I think it's very much a casual card.
Agree.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's okay.
If it was like all Rush Me, that it was each turn, sure.
Yeah, Old Rashmi is great. I'm surprised they didn't carry that text over because it would have been very effective, but maybe too effective and they were worried about that or something. Yeah, I'm iffy on this, and it seems like the audience kind of agrees on the Sea Wagon. I think it's not unplayable, it's just not very good. Saint Taft and Rem Corliss. Okay, so I haven't seen this card. I haven't read this card. Saint Taft, and Rem Corliss for Jeskai 3/4 legendary creature spirit human. Whenever Saint Taft and Rem Corliss becomes tapped. Okay, so it just needs to become tapped. That's kind of cool. So I guess you use, what's that one artifact that taps add mana? Whatever. Create a 1/1 red human creature token if this is the first time this ability is resolved this turn. If it's the second time, create a 1/1 blue spirit creature token with flying. If it's the third time, create a 4/4 white HL creature token and they stick. Whenever you cast a spell that has...
Fourth time, fuck off.
Yeah, exactly, right? So what are you doing? Yeah, stop. You're done. You're done. Yeah, there's no combo here. Stop. Whenever you cast a spell that has Convoke, untap Saint Taft and Remcore. Okay. D?
D. We don't even need to say anything.
I'm glad we all agree. I'm glad we all agree. I think it's really just these last three, gang. So all right, audience, if you're still with us, thanks for hanging out for the tier. We're going to go over the tier list before closing this out, obviously, to make sure that everything's in its right place. But we have Shalayan Halar Angel. Ernesto, take it away.
Yeah. So, Shalayan Halar, 1 and Naya, 3/3, Flying Vigilance, Angel Elf. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on a creature you control, Shalayan Halar deals that much damage to target opponent. Doesn't this also do go infinite with the enchantment, the red mana enchantment?
This goes infinite with Heliod. This goes infinite with the Red Terror. This goes infinite with War Elemental. This goes infinite with any Ajani's Pridemate effect with lifelink on Shalayan Halar. This card does everything and wins off of anything. This might be an S.
Whoa, relax.
Relax. Right, and everything is immediately tutorable too, I think is
yeah, and one of your combo pieces is indestructible.
Right.
It's potentially an S. There is an argument for being an A, but it has so much redundancy and it's so easy to set up the combo that I think it might be an S.
It goes infinite with Ob, by the way. It goes infinite with Ob.
Yeah, if you have Obnixilis in this deck,
right?
Somehow it goes infinite.
Well, I mean, if it, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, I guess if it was in the 99 with Obnixilis, sure, you could do a, I don't know, tooth and nail and get them both out, and then win after a ping. Will this go infinite with all will be one, Ernesto? You were saying.
Yeah. That one. Yeah.
Because I don't think so, because it needs to counter manipulate itself, right?
No, this is another copy of All Will Be One.
Right.
Oh, it's the other way. Okay, it's the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the text is all. It's all like gumbo at this point. Like it all just blends into the same sort of strategy.
Wait, how does it go infinite with Johnny's Pridemate?
Johnny's Pridemate if you give this lifelink, because then this gets lifelink, deals 1 damage, you gain a life. Johnny's gets counter, ping again.
Yeah, but it doesn't have lifelink.
Yeah, but you get lifelink with something. So Johnny's Pridemate plus a lifelink effect. So there's 2 card combos using that. And
okay.
3 1-card combos.
Yeah, I was missing that part. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so the audience says Matthias says Shalai is S tier.
Yep.
Okay. It isn't with them as the commander, but notably and notably funny. Got you. Or treason them, either way. Oh, you can you just take control of their Obnixilis. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. I think that Basilisk Collar and Spirit Link, I assume for the life link, right, Mordai?
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. That's the win. Then just swing and they're dead.
Yeah,
because you keep putting counters and it deals damage and down counters and damage. And...
Yeah, that's why Heliod Sun Crown does that by itself, Red Terror does that by itself, and the War Elemental does it by itself. So those are just 3 1-card combos with your commander, and there's a bunch of 2-card combos with the commander as well. Deck has a bunch of redundancy.
I would say that Shalai and Halar are on the same plane as Obnixilis. for
I'd
sure.
say it's debatably better than
I,
Obnixilis.
I would
just
I would
because-
I would honestly agree with that. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, just because it has a lot of redundancies, it can protect itself pretty well. It can protect the combo pieces really well, and it's like find a tutor, win the game.
Mm-hmm. And we're not tiering these individually within these tiers, by the way, but I would say Shalai Halar is probably better. If you're looking at the strategy itself, you know, Ob Nixilis is giving you card advantage as you play into the strategy. Whether you're able to cast those cards or not is a different question, right? Because again, you still need mana to do the thing. But Shalai and Halar are very easy to set up for their combo. They aren't, I wouldn't say, as good. If I'm looking at Ob Nixilis by itself and Shalai and Halar by itself, I mean, even Ob Nixilis has that issue that you do need the pingers to produce the cards for yourself. Like, it's not a 1-3, right? You can't just do it by itself. So yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. I think that the strategy that playing into Ob Nixilis is giving you value is probably a little bit better in my minds, but then Shalai and Halar is very easy to hit. I don't know. They're both S tier though. I can say that much. Yay.
Alrighty.
Sardar Jabari, Will, I'll let you take the honors.
Oh, alrighty. It's Dar Jabari, and this is the one card that I've never read because I wasn't terribly interested in it, but I know of its existence. 1, a white, a blue, and a black for a legendary creature, human knight with 4 power, 3 toughness, and eminence. Whenever you attack with one or more knights, Sardar Jabari, if Sardar Jabari is in the command zone or on the battlefield, draw a card, discard a card. Flying first strike, whenever Sardar Jabari deals combat damage to a player, return target knight creature card from your graveyard to your battlefield. This is cool just because you can dump knights into the graveyard and reanimate knights very easily. It is eminence, so you can set up for it before even putting it into play. I don't think it's doing much in cEDH. I think it can do some fun stuff in casual. I'd say C. Maybe D, but possibly C.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And Nibiru. Yes. Ob Nixilis can trigger off of like fetch lands and stuff. Thank you. So it does do a little bit more by itself if it was just cast even without anything on the board. So yeah, there you go. I'll give it to Ob Nixilis. Again, I was going to give it to Ob Nixilis anyways. The Jar Jabari is interesting. I think it's definitely a knight tribal is what it's asking you to do. Obviously Eminence is broken. We've seen this effect before. They've balanced it well though with how it's done here. Looting is a great effect. It doesn't make your hand positive on cards, but again, it's very, very balanced in how it works. I still think that this is a C. I think it's a C. It could be a very effective reanimate strategy. C.
Pretty much. I cannot add much. Just the only thing I could think of is changelings are good with this.
Right. So what's cool about this is that you could actually manipulate. There are a lot of changeling instant or sorcery spells, if I'm not mistaken, that could be leveraged this way too. And there's whenever you deal combat damage, return knight creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So like there's some removal that you can leverage.
It's the battlefield, not the hand.
Right. Wait. I'm
Return
thinking
knight
of
creature to the battlefield.
no, what am I there's a
full animation.
Wait. What's the name of that black creature that if it's in your graveyard you can cast night spells? Sorry, I'm thinking of something else entirely.
You can only cast it from the graveyard, and while it's on your field, you can cast night spells from the graveyard. I know what you're talking about. There's a legendary. It is actually in
this. It's Hakan. Okay, all right, cool. Okay, so Hakan works well in tandem with this. But I'm thinking of something else entirely, right? So as long as it's on the battlefield, you may cast night spells from your graveyard. So obviously you'll use the removal spells early on, and then if you have Hakan on the battlefield, which you can reanimate with this, all your night instants and sorceries can be cast from the graveyard.
I know about the setup that you're talking though, because it's target creature gets +3/-3, I think is that, and it's a changeling spell. And you can use that with a con to just nuke everything by constantly recasting it. It's a fun, dumb combo.
Yeah, we've been streaming for a minute. My mind is mush. Sorry, guys. But yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like, that's cool. And I agree with you. I think that with changelings, this is pretty effective.
So Queen Slimefoot, do you want to take this one, Ernesto?
Oh, wait. Slimefoot? Last one?
I can take it, or you can take it either way. Here.
I'm not with either.
Go for it.
All right. Slimefoot and Squee, Jund for a 3/3. Fungus Goblin. Whenever Slimefoot and Squee enters the battlefield or attacks, makes 1/1 green sapling creature token. And then 1 and Jund, sacrifice a sapling. Return Slimefoot and Squee and add to one other target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. It's good value.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
This card
it's your animation. Anything broken with this?
Dockside Extortionist loops to get infinite treasures. You can also just straight up reanimate a Razaketh or something like that, because this enters to make the Saproling, and then if you have Skirk Prospector, you can sacrifice this in Dockside, and then sacrifice the Saproling that you made to return Dockside in this to get another Saproling. If you have Goblin Matron, you can tutor for that, and then that lets you get every goblin from your deck into the field, and it also lets you set up to find the Skirk Prospector and the Dockside. The deck is just really good because it has a couple different things that it can do.
Mm-hmm.
Card is just kind of insane because it feeds itself with the Saprolings.
Right. It's just
also. Yep.
No. It's and so if you didn't watch the live stream or you don't know the general play line, it goes Goblin Matron into Skirk Prospector, cast Skirk Prospector, sacrifice both Slimefoot and Squee, sacrifice the Saproling to bring back Goblin Matron and Slimefoot and Squee, get Dockside Extortionist, cast Dockside Extortionist, sacrifice Dockside Extortionist and Slimefoot and Squee, provided you make this a sufficient amount of mana. And mind you, the equation changes because Skirk Prospector is getting you 2 red. So it's paying for the red and it's paying for the generic. So literally you just need 3 treasures to go positive here. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then you can sacrifice Matron to find an outlet, at which point it could be your whatever, the Torch Courier and Infinite Saprolings, or the one goblin that sacrifices itself and just does 1 damage to a target. So it's like sort of pseudo goblin tribal, but you're not really running that many goblins. You're just running the ones that win you the game.
Yeah. So would you say this is an upgrade to Corvold?
This is about equal to Corvold, if I'd say that, because it does a bunch of graveyard shenanigans and it lets you find a bunch of different play lines to go infinite a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Corvold grinds a lot better, but this is good at setting up a couple different combos very quickly. I'd say it's about Corvold level.
Yeah.
Mostly because Corvold, you need to have Corvold on the board and then have a Dockside. And people normally, when you play the Dockside with Corvold, they just kill the Corvold, and now you're sad because sure, you have the tokens, but you don't have the card draw when you sack the treasures for the Corvold.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was thinking maybe this is an upgrade to Corvold, because not only is he much easier to cast on 3 mana, but also you can just drop a sack outlet and forget about it because you don't need anything else. Any sack outlet doesn't matter, and just cast the Slimefoot, kill it if they want to do anything, and do your thing. Because what they're going to do is just cost the sacrifice a creature, and it's going to be gone by the time they're going to do anything. They want to exile it. Nope, it's dead.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives it, I think it gives it a level of redundancy. No, of protection that Corvold doesn't have. But it's much more fragile because it doesn't draw cards.
Yeah. It's adjacent to Corvold, probably a little bit better, but roughly adjacent to Corvold. It's either an A or an S in my opinion. Like it's very good. I'd probably say that it's an S just because it isn't a fragile combo, and you're in Grixis, which lets you do a bunch of different insane things. Jund, not Grixis, Jund. You're in Jund, which means that you have a lot of different crazy things that you can do because you have red for value, green for value, and some tutors, and black for the really good tutors. So it can do a lot. Deck can do a lot.
Yeah, I think it does the thing. And it also just devolves down to just being an Adnos list, and it's not a very hard card, really hard combo to set up, rather, right? It's great. It's just a different flavor of Adnos, and we've all seen how effective Adnos is. You have all the ritual ramp you want, you have the spirit guides, you have everything. The Jund has everything for a proper Adnos. And it's super low to the ground. Like the actual combo cards themselves are 3 for Matron, 2 for Dockside Extortionist, 1 for Skirk Prospector. Like they're all very cheap. They're not going to hurt you. To pull them, I like it better than Corvold, and I think people would consider Corvold an A. I would say that this is an A or S as well. I realize I'm running a poll right now. I'm going to end that poll. I forget what that poll was for. Bremos is a C, apparently. I think we landed Bremos in the C space. That was a while ago, right? Or did we put Bremos? Oh, Bremos is a C.
Did we put him in the B or the C?
Bring forward. No, bring to the front. Bring to the front. Bremos is a C. That's what the audience wants. But so far as Slimefoot and Squee are concerned, I don't know. It could really.
I like it a lot.
I like it too. I think that
we can probably slot it in the S just because it isn't like a super hard build around commander, and it has very consistent wins, and it has reanimation strategies, which just lets you do a lot of cheesy things.
Right.
I think it's good.
Also, like, even if you did even forgo the Dockside, like Dockside was banned, you can leverage your culling the weak to sacrifice Slimefoot and Squee, and then have mana requisite to pay into the effect to bring back Slimefoot and Squee and your Razaketh or whatever. You have 2 Saprolings now. Like, it's setting up combos for itself. Like, I know it's obviously we're going to look at the more mana efficient play line and say that's good, but even if Dockside didn't exist, like, it's still good. Like, I could still point at this and say there are good setups for it. So yeah, it's S tier. I would say it's S. And that I think that covers it. So
one thing, because people were talking about not responding to removal in comments, and when I was talking about this is I meant that when you cast the Slimefoot, and they want to do anything to it, you sack the Slimefoot in response and leave it in the graveyard because the ability is in the graveyard.
Right.
So the whole point is that you leave it there and you forget about it. If they exile your graveyard, okay, patch the command zone, who cares? But if they don't, it's still in the graveyard. That's where you want it, because you also want the token that you get when you cast the Slimefoot. Just leave it there. And if they don't do anything, you attack and you get more Saprolings, which is amazing. And if they try to do anything to it with a sack outlet, you kill it, leave it in the graveyard, and then just, I don't know, entomb something and get both things back. Sure, you can only run it as a sorcery, but at that point, most of the stuff you want to do, the big stuff, is sorceries. So.
Right. No, and like you're saying, like, you literally just do Unmarked Grave, Goblin Matron, and then you have the combo.
Yep.
Right. It's
Buried Alive and just
right to have the whole thing, and literally you could bake in so many combos into Jund that to just work with this. Right. Like, again, it doesn't have to be Dockside, but that's clearly what you should build for, and that's what the list I built was. So check it out if you haven't seen that live stream. The deck is good. I'm sure there are better ones out there, but again, all those live stream deck techs are meant to be just blueprints for you guys to build off of. But yeah, I think our list is done. I have Obnixilis, Schlein Halar, and Slimefoot and Squee at S tier. That sounds good to me. We have Bobby and Fibblethip, Drana and Limvala, Heliod, Narset, Rona, and Urobrosk at A tier. I think that's fair.
I only complete this Narset should be S.
Really?
I got talked into it. That's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it could be in between. I'm a little in between on Urobrosk. I feel like Urobrosk can fit into B just as well as it does A. We have Ayara, Baral and Karizev, Atali, Hidetsugu and Kairi, Joyral, Kroxan Kunaros, Nissa, Omnath, Samut, Thalian the Get Rock Monster, Yargle and Multani, and Moira and Teshar at B. And the only thing I can say here is that Yargle and Multani, I think, will be played for memes at tournaments and actually be okay. So it might fit into the A slot, but I do think that it's probably more of a B. And at C tier, we have everything else. I'm not going to read them all off because you saw us discuss them. They're all pretty much just okay. But yeah, I think we did a good job categorizing these all for you. And again, if there are any that you don't feel are accurate in this tier list, let us know in the comments section for our chat or in the comment section after the video. If you've skipped to this endpoint just to look over our tier list, well, I left it on screen there for you. I hope you had a chance to take it in, but I'll take a screenshot of this and I'll put it in a community post so you guys can check it out later and we can sort of discuss this further. Again, you're going to have to pixel peep to make out what the cards are. But thanks for joining us on this live stream. There are a lot of you guys that hung out the whole time. I really appreciate you joining us for this conversation. It's fun doing these. I've never done a tier list. I feel like theoretically I've sort of cataloged these in my brain, but it's nice being able to just look at them and talk about it with two pro players. So thanks, Will. Thanks, Ernesto, for joining me on this one.
Anytime.
This is a weird sort of a divergent crossroad for the Untapped podcast here. We normally talk on topics, but I guess this was topical. It's fun talking about the Aftermath and March of the Machine. If you guys played March of the Machine and or the I guess you weren't really drafting the Aftermath, but if you played March of the Machine, let us know how your experience was and let us know which legendaries you're brewing for in the comment section down below. But again, I'm Patrick Marlette, your local game guy. Guys, I'll let you sign off in your own way. Anything you want to say before we close out?
I'm William Hunt. I'm usually here with Untapped, kind of the co-host. See you guys around?
Officially, you're co-host on Untapped. Ernesto, anything you want to say? You want to plug Moonrakers? More people should play Moonrakers.
Yes, people should play Moonrakers. It's an amazing board game. Also, I'm Ernesto Salazar. You guys might know me from the old days of the 99. And if you guys have an Narset list, hit it over. And now I'm digging it. Really, I'm interested now. So yeah. Thanks for having me.
And if you want more Ernesto, let me know. It's nice having you back out, man.
It's nice to have you back also.
Yeah, you're always welcome. You're always welcome to the show. But guys, it was a pleasure chatting with you all. Feel free to keep the comments going after the video's out. I'd love to hear your thoughts on our tier list. Are we complete idiots? Please let us know. We'll see you on the next one.